I guess we'll start out. It's already live.
Turn off the audio here, please.
Yeah.
Testing, testing.
Testing. Testing. Thank you for that. I will now call the Burbank Board of Education, December 11, 24 meeting. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of Chuman Tangwa, Fernandio Tatwam, and the First Nation on which we are learning, educating, and living. We are very honored this evening to have Miss Emma Bermudez from Providencia, a fourth grader, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Emma.
Oh. Great job.
Thank you, Emma. That was wonderful. Ms. Kitera, please take the roll call at this time.
Member Olson. Member Cano.
Present.
Clerk Weisberg.
Present.
Vice President Ponser Kamkar.
Present.
President Agakanian.
Present, we have 5 members. We have a quorum. Reporting on closed session. There's no item to report on closed session. Adjustments to agenda. Dr. Weisberg.
There are 3 items I would like to pull. 13F and 13G. I would really like us to wait until we have the report back on our DEI teacher leaders and our site leads before we approve. And I would also love a little bit of clarification as to why this is coming before us now and wasn't part of our discussion when we approved the budget. And I would also like to pull 13K. I want to be specific about this. The Arts for All plan, I think we talked about it last meeting, but what I'm missing, and please chime in, what I really feel like we need to see are measurable goals, priorities, what's agreed, that too. Proposed budget, where is this money going to get allocated? Where is it coming from? Those things feel like they are still missing from the report. So I see a sort of like 3,000 mile view, like whatever that expression is. I see that, but what I don't see is how it's going to be implemented. And I feel like for us, that's going to be those are really important elements, so that when we're approving it, we're approving something and we really know how we're going to be able to measure the success. I don't know what my colleagues think about that.
I agree with all 3 of those changes.
Anyone else? Ms. Cano?
I feel like the last conversation we had was that they were struggling to apply some of those changes because the dollars were so ambiguous. However, I agree on more metrics. But that's my only thought. I'm not disagreeing, but
Yeah.
I do remember us having a hard time narrowing that down because of the dollars being ambiguous.
Well, I think though, one of the things, if I'm not wrong, is like our Prop 28 dollars aren't ambiguous, right? There are certain things that aren't, and certain things like gifts that come in the form of donations that provide some ambiguity. But I think we also know that you can't budget based on the hypothetical gifts we may or may not receive. And so your points, I agree completely. But I think with the money that we know we have, I think that's where it's going to be helpful to see how we allocate that. And again, this is how we adjust things, right? Like we met that metric, that goal looks great. This is really meeting the needs of the kids and the board goals, or it isn't, and let's adjust. So point well taken.
Dr. Macias? Yeah.
No, we will readjust. We'll have a conversation with the team. In addition, though, I wanted to make sure that I had an adjustment to make. We want to pull 13Z.
Z as zebra?
Z as zebra.
Okay, so we're gonna be, can you read back the items? 13G, K, Z, and what else?
I asked
Okay.
F and G. Dr. Macias asked for 13Z and then 13K.
I agree with you on F and G because I was also missing metrics
Yeah.
and dump numbers that I do think will be coming from that DI presentation so that we understand, you know, what are the actual expectations of the role? Because I do think that's valid. However, is there any issue with heading into the new year and that not being approved? Because I brought this up as well. We were on the same wavelength.
We'll have to explore that. So if there's an adjustment that we have to make, then we can probably present it next board meeting if there is a payroll issue or concern with that. So
Okay, great.
we'll make sure to explore that immediately.
Thank you.
So,
There is some space from my recollection on the meeting next week because we crammed everything into this week. So
so we're gonna hear back next week? Is that what you're saying, Dr. Macias?
potentially.
Correct.
Are you okay with that? Ms. Olson?
I am, yes.
All right, everyone okay with it? So we're gonna move to the next, item 7, items for future agendas. Yes,
Oh, please, Madam.
I would like a report from our safety committees, considering incidents and topics recently. I want to better understand the different kinds of conversations that are happening. What is the group's stance, so that we can evaluate policy discussions in the new year on that specific front. Does anyone have any additional? You look confused. Am I
No,
wrong?
I'm thinking.
Okay. Um, I
how future you need this, next week or next year?
I think it's a little unreasonable to ask for it in a week, but I think New Year is fine.
So just for clarification for the request, you want, when you're talking about safety, are you talking about infrastructure safety or are you talking about and student safety? Like what, can you give a little more clarity?
Yeah, maybe I'm misrepresented that I thought there was a generalized safety committee that meets for the whole district. Is that true, Dr. Macias?
We do have a safety committee.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Weisberg.
I just want to reiterate my strong desire for the report on special education and position control. It was brought up back in November. I know it's probably time intensive, but it's really important. It's also extremely important in light of how we are going to be looking at budgets and cuts and things of that nature to talk about, you know, where we can address that. So if there's a way to prioritize that for sometime in January, as long as that's realistic, I would love for us to go back to that. Thank you. That's
You're good? Ms. Cano, you're good?
Okay, no, the question I think I've asked in the past was, is there any way with all oh God, I can't think of it right now, the agencies we work at with that for having the special ed aides and assistants to come in? I just asked, do we know like basically in terms of how much we're paying them so that if, because we're, you know, with that extra money, could we actually hire more so that we have more retention?
Right. I think that could be incorporated into Dr. Weisberg's item. But I think that's a great addition.
All right. Next, we have presentations and recommendation. 8A holiday music presentation. So we're very, very glad and honored and happy to have the Providencia Elementary 3rd to 5th grade choir under direction of Candice Juarez. And they will be performing a selection of holiday music. Let's hear it, everyone.
So y'all come up here and we're gonna go there.
We can't see Zach. Yeah, I want to. Ready? Bruce. Bruce. Diego. Okay, all right. All right, good evening, everyone. I'm okay. Are we ready? Good evening, everyone. I'm Principal Kenelyn Celeste at Providencia. I am so proud and excited to introduce to you our Positivity Choir. It's with great pride and joy that our wonderful teacher, Candice Juarez, has been working with these kiddos for 12 weeks now. And we're really proud of these third, fourth, and fifth grade students. Get your tissues out because they're going to be wowing you with two amazing songs. But before I have them sing their songs, I'd like to share their vision statement. Yes, they have a vision statement. Our choir has an amazing motto. We, the members of Positivity Choir, pledge to spread positivity and kindness to our community. Through our music, we uplift others, we celebrate differences, and we work together to create a welcoming and supportive environment for everyone. We promise to be good friends, helpful neighbors, and positive role models using our voices to make our world a better place. So community, if you want to join us next Tuesday, we're going to be walking around the Providencia neighborhood to do our song. So please join us at our new marquee. So thank you. And without further ado, our Positivity Choir.
Thank you, Providencia and Providencia families.
Okay, we'll have to pull them when we get to the consent. Thanks. Thank you for reminding me.
All right, Dr. Weisberg.
No, wait.
Thank you again to our third to fifth graders from Providencia.
So cute.
And thank you. Yeah, let's hear it, everyone. Thank you, Candid Suarez. And again, sometimes people ask why we do this. That's why. Reports from the board and staff. We have our student representatives here. Oh, there you are.
Want to start with Haley?
Haley's here. All right, Haley, come on up from John Burroughs High School. Report.
Hello? Okay. Hello and good evening, President Dr. Akakanian, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Macias, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. I'm here to share my report for John Burroughs High School as of December 11th, 2025. Starting with ASB news, this week was our last Spirit Week of 2025 with festive spirit wears and activities to give our students and faculty some holiday joy before the end of the semester. Themes included Jingle Bell Jammies, where we wore PJs, Tacky Tuesday, where we dressed in ugly sweaters, Winter Wonderland, in which we decked out in white, silver, and blue, Marian Accessories, where we wore holiday accessories like Santa hats and festive socks, and lastly, Grinch vs. Santa, in which we will wear green and/or red. Additionally, today, ASB hosted a winter luncheon for our teachers and campus faculty. With a delicious Texas barbecue menu, we were so happy to give our hardworking school staff a little gift of appreciation before we wrapped up our last week of the semester. Happening today and tomorrow in our quad at lunch is the art department's annual winter and craft fair. Students from the art classes have created their own business and products by creating goods such as handcrafted jewelry, slime, and plush creatures. Not only is it a great learning experience for the students, but it is a great fundraiser for the art program, and 10% made will be going to the Friends of the Burbank Animal Shelter. More on future events. To add some more holiday cheer around campus, ASB is holding our annual holiday door decorating contest. All classes have been invited to join in and show off their creativity by decorating their fourth period classroom doors. The winner will be announced on Monday, December 15th, on which class has the best decorated door. Looking ahead to our Performing Arts Department, John Burroughs is excited to announce their annual Holiday Spectacular from our VMA, IMA, dance, and drama programs. Starting this week, this year's Holiday Hoedown will be bringing audiences a joyful mashup of the holiday spirits and down-home country flair. With over 300 talented performers for our Performing Arts program, this show promises a fun and festive experience for the whole family. With performances on Friday, December 12th and Saturday, December 13th at 7 p.m. and Sunday, December 14th at 2 p.m., we invite everyone for some heartfelt storytelling, high-energy dance numbers, and toe-tapping renditions of classic carols. Overall, we have no major concerns to share at this moment. Thank you. I can now take any clarifications or questions.
Any questions from our? Yes. So,
I just had a statement. The Burroughs Choir came and sang at the mayoral Christmas tree lighting, and they did a fabulous job.
Thank
And so I
you.
just wanted to give that props. That was really beautiful.
Thank you.
And that fundraiser, did you said that already happened? Where everybody put together their different things that they were selling from their their
Oh, the
slot.
arts and crafts. Yeah, it was today and tomorrow at lunch.
It's still tomorrow. Okay, good to know.
I just heard barbecue and I didn't get an invitation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lee, now we have Natalie Garibian from Burbank High School.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Agakanian, board members, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. It's my pleasure to present this evening's report on recent and upcoming activities at Burbank High School. To begin, December 1st through 5th was our Holiday Spirit Week. Each day featured a festive theme to bring joy and energy to campus. We had days like Holiday Hat Day, Ugly Sweater Day, and Holiday Pajama Day. Looking ahead, Burbank High School and Burroughs ASB teams are planning on a joint retreat for next semester in February. The purpose of our retreat is to explore similarities, differences, and opportunities for collaboration between campuses. And this year's retreat will be at Burbank High School, so we're currently preparing for that. Our boys basketball team's gearing up for their first home game of the year, which will be tomorrow, December 12th at 6:45 against Arcadia. We encourage the community to come out and support our Bulldogs. The Burbank VMA will light up the stage tomorrow and Saturday, December 13th at 7 p.m. in the Wolfson Auditorium with their annual holiday show. The evenings will feature performances by our advanced choir In Sync, Impressions, and Out of the Blue, as well as food, drinks, and holiday prize opportunities. On Friday, December 5th, our Instrumental Music Association presented its beloved Sounds of the Season concert. The event showcased our concert bands, orchestras, marching band, and jazz band, with students performing classical Christmas and Hanukkah favorites. Additionally, Burbank High and Burroughs joined forces a couple weeks ago. Nearly 100 student musicians, color guard performers represented the district at Disneyland. So congrats to all those students involved. And that's it. Thank you. I can take any questions. Clarification. Thank you.
You can applaud. Next we have 9B, our BTA, CSEA, and BATSA. I see that we have yeah, but she said she want no. If we have Mr. Alex, are you gonna report? Oh, Micah Machado, why don't you come up? Thank you. How are you?
Good evening, community members, Board of Education members, and fellow BUSD employees. My name is Michael Machado. I'm a Burbank special education teacher and a BUSD parent. I'm also one of 2 at-large directors and the BTA Executive Board and a member of the BTA Special Education Ad Hoc Committee representing colleagues across the district and special education. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I had initially planned to speak mostly about special education, but it appears instead I need to start by clarifying BTA's official position on the superintendent search. I hope to share more about special education at another time. BTA's position on the superintendent search should not be a surprise to any of you, as our position has not changed since June. We have not endorsed any individual superintendent position at this time. Instead, we've made a specific request regarding the process. BTA's executive board, after a unanimous vote in June, adopted the following position, and I quote, "In the upcoming search for a new superintendent, the BTA executive board calls on the BSU Board of Education to ensure our next superintendent is hired as a result of a competitive process. A transparent and open approach to selecting our next superintendent is key to rebuilding trust in our district and its leadership." Unquote. We shared this statement with our membership, the Board of Education, and the senior leaders in the district. We still believe this. At a competitive process involving the district's organizational partners and open to the community feedback, we will serve everyone's best interest. It is important to note that we have worked well with Dr. Macias in his role as interim superintendent. Our position on the process is in no way a commentary or position on his candidacy or qualifications. If he tries to the top of the comprehensive and competitive search, it will give him an even more standing as a leader in our district. BTA leadership expressed this time sentiment to him directly in June. Furthermore, if the district needs assistance and additional expertise enable such a thorough process, so be it. It is not uncommon for public entities to engage such firms to recruit senior leadership. In the past, the city of Burbank has done so in its search for city managers, and the proposed fees appear in the usual range for these services. Ultimately, we want what is best for our students and our community. We believe this is a comprehensive search that involves an input from district partners such as BTA and the wider community, a process that builds confidence in the outcome and ultimately in the future superintendent, whoever they are. While the superintendent search has taken up most of my time, I also wanted to share some of what I had initially planned to say. I teach grades 3rd through 5th in behavioral support program at Mill Elementary School. The program serves a unique population of students who require social-emotional needs, behavioral support, and assistance with functional communication, coping skills acquisition, and emotional impulse management. However, to keep serving those students and providing them with what they need to thrive, we need stability. Over the last 5 years, we have struggled to recruit and retain staff for the program, both classified and certified. Unfortunately, this problem is not unique to BSP, but the effects of its instability are amplified for our students. The more this board can do to recruit and retain capable BUSD employed special education teachers, aides, and service providers, the better. I thank you.
We don't do that, yes. Sorry, Mr. Machado. Thank you very much. Next, we have reports from the superintendent, Dr. Macias.
Thank you, Dr. Arkanyan. A couple of announcements and I have some follow-up information I want to share with the community. A reminder to our community that next Tuesday at the Lotus Huerta Middle School, we are going to have a community session. The online form is still open for submission of questions and more information. A reminder of that information will be going out again to the community tomorrow. Also, the Burbank Human Relations Council wanted me to mention that on January 19th, from 8:30 to 11:30, they will be hosting a Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast event. More information will be coming in addition to an essay poetry contest for secondary and an art contest for both elementary and secondary. Information will be coming your way as well. I want to thank you for the statement from BTA regarding the superintendent search. I wanted to also follow up with the statement that I shared earlier, not only with BTA, CSEA, BASA, and also Council PTA. And this is a message about the letter to the editor that was posted on myburbank.com. And I'm just going to read the statement. I want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the individuals who took the time to share their thoughts regarding the superintendent search process. Civic engagement and community voice are essential to a healthy public school system, and I'm grateful for the passion and care reflected in the letter. At the same time, I feel compelled to share that it is very important to clarify a very key point for the sake of transparency and respect for our valued education partners. Specifically, the Burbank Teachers Association, BTA, the California School Employees Association, CSEA, the Burbank Association of School Administrators, BASA, and Burbank Council, PTA. They each have their own established rules, bylaws, governance that strictly spell out when official statements are made on behalf of the entire organization. I want to assure that from me and the rest of the team here, and I know the board shares the same sentiment, these organizations play vital roles in supporting our students and all our school sites and every member of this community. I want to make sure that their institutional integrity is protected at all times. I want to remind our community, and again, I with deep appreciation, I appreciate the comments that were shared. However, what was shared on that statement and letter to the editor was nowhere near an official statement from any of those organizations. Not at all. And respectfully, I want to remind the community to please work with your organizations, work with your membership, work with executive boards and whatnot. And find a way to voice your concerns with them and allow those organizations to put out an official statement on behalf of the organization. I don't want the community to assume that this is a represented, collected statement. It was indeed not. And I want to be clear on that. And sorry, I guess, for the disruption and confusion. But I wanted to make sure that I go on record to share that with our union leaders. And I appreciate the partnership and working with you in my time as interim and throughout all my years, being a former BTA member myself. But CSEA, BASA, and PTA, thank you for your partnership and ongoing partnership. It's very important. So again, I'm grateful for the comments that were shared. And then lastly, yes, the process will be the process, and I fully intend to be an applicant and put my best foot forward and hopefully be the next superintendent for this great district. One last bit of report, and I want to share, and there's going to be a lot shared in terms of tonight in the fiscal stabilization plan, our first interim. And a lot of this has to do with just making sure that everyone has the right information and that we're all on the same page. So collectively, what I want to share, just from the basic standpoint, what a fiscal stabilization plan is. They're basic, and I'm using complete basic terms. These are specific steps that will keep our district financially healthy, plain and simple. This is our first submission with our County Office of Education, which we're obligated to show. We're going to initially identify ways to cut costs and see if we can increase revenue. The reality is that we live in an environment of declining enrollment. Declining enrollment means we get less revenue. That's a reality. This plan also makes sure that we're meeting the state reserve requirements and the county requirements. That is a mere fact and something that we follow. We're obligated to report progress to the County Office of Education, to our board, and to the community at large. Again, it's really important that we come to grips with that, have those realities, and simple facts moving forward. There's a reason why the team here announced the creation of the Budget Advisory Committee, and that's an important feature. I will go on record to say that that should have been an important feature group that meets on an annual standard basis without fail. In healthy fiscal times, in poor fiscal outlooks, it should be a standard. And I will go on record that that's an ongoing commitment that we're making to the community, to our Board of Education, that it was in place before. I can't answer to why it was disbanded, but the reality is we're putting it back in place, and it's going to be a standard moving forward. period. I don't know how to be clearer on that. That's an expectation that I have on myself, the team, and I know the community has those expectations because you've been sharing those expectations. I'm going to allow further elaboration about the stabilization plan and our first interim to Dr. Abdelhamid in terms of her presentations in a little bit, but I wanted to make sure to go on record with the community those key ideas and sentiments and commitments, not only for myself, but for the district and the community moving forward. Okay, and with that, I'd say we want to do it now. I apologize. I forgot. I want to take this opportunity, and apologies ahead of time, to introduce our assembly member for District 44. Is that correct? Mr. Nick Schultz, who is here to share some information and news to our community and district. Mr. Schultz, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, esteemed board members. Congratulations and thank you to all the work of the interim superintendent and all the staff. I know it has been a challenging year for the district, and I commend all of you for your leadership during really challenging times. I have a brief presentation. I believe that's coming up. I will just mention that I'm going to move quickly. I really want to highlight the issues that are most relevant to the district, but if appropriate, happy to answer any questions. It's been a year since we took office and have had the pleasure of representing the Burbank Unified School District and the city of Burbank and the state capitol. We sent 10 bills to the desk of Governor Gavin Newsom with a record of getting 8 bills signed into law. Again, we're going to really go into depth on the ones that are most relevant to the district, but I also believe in showing the math, so we'll also just highlight the ones that got vetoed because it's important to show that too. We can go to the third slide, please, and I'll try to do a better job of navigating. Oh, is it? Oh, great. I can do it. Even better. Okay. All right. So first couple bills, I'm going to do it in about 10 seconds or less. We had several pieces of environmental legislation. AB 43 was signed into law and extended Laura Friedman, now Congresswoman Laura Friedman's Scenic and Wild Rivers Act. This is about preserving our natural resources. AB 44 would have saved commercial ratepayers, including BUSD, and residential ratepayers an estimated $550 million in cost. Unfortunately, the governor vetoed that, but we're going to go right back to the drawing board because we all need to pass along cost savings to utility customers next year. 734 was about public access to information that the government possesses. Difference of opinion, governor vetoed the bill. We believe that Sunshine's a wonderful cleanser. We're going to go back to the drawing board and see if we can get a version of 734 over the governor's desk. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that 1319 was a priority bill from California environmental voters that protects over 80 animal wildlife species and over 65 plant species that are endangered and unique to the state of California, protects them against the rollback of federal protections from the Trump administration. In the realm of public safety, this is the last place where I'll be going very quickly. I wanted to mention that AB 379 is the state's most robust and comprehensive effort to reform and combat human trafficking in our communities in over 15 years. I was proud to champion this piece of legislation. Does a lot of things, and you'll read all of that in the handout that has been presented to you. We also worked closely with the California Innocence Project to ensure that prosecutors are revealing exculpatory information to the defense, and that people like Obie Anthony, who this bill is all about, do not serve 18 years in state prison for a murder that they did not commit. That happened right here in Los Angeles County with our district attorney. It is unacceptable, and we are now setting the standard nationally for what is expected for those who are stewards of our justice system. And of course, AB 321, oversight even over the charging decisions of a prosecutor, always a good thing to do. Here's where I'll spend a little more time. I wanted to mention a couple bills that have connection to the Burbank community, and while some are not necessarily education bills, do impact the families and the folks that work here at BUSD. I have been asked many times over the course of the last months about my position on housing, my vote on various bills. I wanted to highlight one that we generated in-house, AB 1050. This is my signature piece of housing legislation and speaks to how I believe we can most effectively and efficiently solve the housing deficit and add housing in our communities. With all due respect, an ADU here and there is not going to solve the housing crisis. What we need is affordable units of housing developed at a scale that can actually meet the needs of our workforce. So of course, when we're in Burbank, I'm talking about that old IKEA. Why the heck are we not putting housing on that site? A lot of impediments to housing production, from tariffs, again, another thing we can criticize this administration in DC for, to the high cost of housing production, supply chain issues. But one thing that we uncovered is that many commercial parcels in our city and across our region have conditions, covenants, and restrictions, CC&Rs, that prohibit the development of housing production altogether. Now, about 7 or 8 years ago, there was a bill that passed out of the legislature, again, including an aye vote from my predecessor, that lifted those CC&Rs, but only if a 100% affordable housing project was constructed. So if you wanted to come in and do 99% affordable, you couldn't. This is an antiquated impediment. AB 1050 passed on a bipartisan basis, signed by the governor, and is going to help clear the way for more housing production in the places in our community that have more capacity for more traffic, water, sewage, etc. This is a bill that even in the governor's signing message mentioned is too dang common sense, that we should really see more of this kind of legislation. So we're going to keep doing that. Last thing I'll mention about AB 1050, it doesn't touch zoning. It doesn't eliminate local review or local decision-making, but it does look at antiquated barriers to housing production. And that's the kind of thing we want to champion in our office. I'll also just mention we had AB 1150 that we ran at the behest of the Hollywood Burbank Airport, which will help them raise revenues for a new rental car facility to complement the replacement passenger terminal coming online next year. And now probably the one most relevant to the board, I wanted to talk about AB 361. AB 361 is a bill that was brought to us by the Los Angeles Unified School District. As you all know, quite well know, when you're going out to bid on a capital improvement project over $1 million, you have to go with the lowest responsive bidder. And in many cases, that might be the right choice for this district. I can tell you from my time on council, and I can see some looks and some nodding heads, there are plenty of people that are notorious for coming in, lowballing the bid. They never deliver high quality work, and they certainly don't do so at the price or on the time frame that they promised the community, and yet your hands are tied. AB 361 does two things. For about the last decade, LAUSD has been able to partake in a pilot program that's called Best Value Procurement, which means you can consider other factors. What are the community ties? Have they performed previous work for the district? Do you know what you're getting? And you can at least consider those factors and pick the best choice, the best value for the Burbank community. LAUSD's pilot program is now made permanent by AB 361, but here's the relevant part to all of you. You all now have the option to consider those other factors. You're not required to do so. You can always continue to go with the lowest responsive bidder, but this speaks to my view on education, and that is that you are the experts in terms of educating our kids and managing facilities. I want to give you more flexibility to consider these other factors. So 361 was what we worked on this year, and we have a whole bunch more we're teeing up for next year. The last thing I'll just mention in the education space is that even in a very challenging budget year, and I want to be very honest with you all, it's going to be an even more challenging year in the year ahead, there were some modest victories. We actually increased per pupil spending to $25,176 per head. We know that that still is not enough, but nonetheless, we were able to make that advancement at a time when we were seeing cuts across the board in many areas. We also grew the Career and Technical Education Fund by $150 million, and replete throughout the budget, you will see more funding for school meals, homeless student assistance, after-school programs, literacy programs, and something I know we all care deeply about, teacher recruitment and retention, all things that we were able to accomplish in this budget year. I also wanted to mention a couple pieces of legislation that, while I did not author, I did vote for, and I do believe are relevant to the mission of this institution and many of the current concerns that you may be hearing from your parents. Assembly Bill 49 prohibits employees of a local education agency from allowing officer or employees of an agency conducting immigration enforcement, so we're talking about ICE here, from entering a school site without a valid judicial warrant or court order. And I'll just say this, as a prosecutor who has secured hundreds, if not thousands, of search warrants, if you actually have evidence that a crime was committed or even possibly was committed, it is not that difficult to get a search warrant. This is about keeping ICE off of our campuses and keeping our students safe. SB 98 similarly requires K through 12 schools, among other educational institutions, to notify parents, guardians, staff, and students when immigration enforcement is confirmed to be on campus. So this is about ensuring that people don't have to wonder about whether ICE is coming onto campus and trying to apprehend our children. The last bill I'll mention is AB 1128. This creates, and this speaks to the budget win I previously talked about, creates a student teacher support grant to pay teacher candidates during their student teacher placement period. And we know that that is a time when we lose a lot of great candidates. Last thing I'll mention, Mr. President, are just other budget wins, again, tangentially, but nonetheless related to the district. In addition to answering the governor's call about a year and a half ago at this point to bolster the film and television tax credit program, making it one of the highest in the nation, we did that. Our office also authored companion legislation to open up the tax credit program so that major employers in Burbank, like Nickelodeon, can actually partake in the tax credit program. We can keep those jobs here and not outsource those jobs to Nevada and all the other places that are at risk of taking them away. I also wanted to mention many of your families, I know we do, we go to Discovery Cube LA all the time. Hopefully some of you in the audience might remember voting on Proposition 4 last year, whether you voted for or against it. This is the climate bond that was ultimately passed by voters. We were able to secure one of the largest and earliest returns on investment to our district. We have $5 million going to the Discovery Cube for the creation of a fire prevention training ground to help train the next generation of wildland firefighters, and an outdoor sustainability and wildfire prevention pavilion. That's a public-facing educational tool so that you can come and learn yourself about what you can do to harden your home against the risk of wildfire. I also wanted to mention every year we also give out grants to local nonprofits. This year we honored the Homenit Men Burbank Sapon chapter, which has tremendous youth programming across our region. And we also acknowledge a nonprofit of the year in the Capitol. Really happy to say this year we selected Burbank Arts and Education Foundation for all the amazing work that they do. We also honor a Woman of the Year every year. So if you are a woman in the Burbank community, or if you know one who's doing incredible work, we all know one, right? But the point I'm trying to make is if there's someone that you feel does not get the recognition for their contributions day in and day out, it's as simple as reaching out to myself, Amanda, or any of our district team. We fly that person up and we get to honor them in front of the state capitol. The last thing I will mention, Mr. President, is the best way to reach me. And some of you have heard me say this before, but I'm going to give those in the audience a little bit of a life hack. So you can text me, and many of you know, you can text me, call me, and I'll get back to you a week later. It's terrible. But you can certainly reach out to me directly. You can contact our Capitol office and our district office. But the thing that most won't tell you is that if you actually go through our website and use the Contact Me feature, you can write in your name and say, I'm Oscar Macias, I oppose this bill. That gets loaded onto my iPad. I have an iPad on the floor of the assembly, and I can see the name of every constituent who reached out in support or in opposition to a bill. If you do it through the website, it gets uploaded almost instantaneously to that iPad. If you call the office and talk to Amanda, she will gladly talk to you, and she'll take that note, and maybe 6 hours later, it gets uploaded to the iPad. But sometimes time is of the essence when things are moving quickly on the floor. So I just wanted to mention that. And the very last word I have, Mr. President, is that some of you might have seen this mailed out to your home. This is not a campaign mailer. This is official mail from our office. And I just wanted to mention that this covers some of the things that we worked on this year on your behalf. But here's the final note. In the right corner right here, there's a little section that says there ought to be a law. Between now and the end of February, we are taking bill ideas from the community. Whether you're a board member, the interim superintendent, or just a concerned parent, or any stakeholder in the community, if you have an idea of something we could be doing at the state level to better serve you, there is a way you can submit an idea through our portal on the website. And I'd love to have a chance to consider your ideas and develop a really robust legislative package for 2026. Thank you all so very much for everything that you do, and happy holidays.
Yeah. Well, before you leave, Assembly Member, a couple of things. First, thank you very much. I know how busy you are. But I also wanted to make sure that we do acknowledge your staff with us. If you want to introduce her one more time.
Absolutely. Everyone, this is Amanda Faisal. She represents Burbank and North Hollywood in the 44th District. Amanda, thank you for all that you do.
And you have a wonderful staff. I know they always get back to us. And also regarding the bill, we also encourage our students. Anyone can basically write to you and say, I have an idea. What do you think about this legislation, right?
That's right. There's no age requirement. You do not have to be a citizen. If you call Burbank home and you have an idea, even if you don't, even if you're just passing through and visiting, if you have a bill idea, I'll take all the good ideas.
And
Dr. Macias.
I know, thank you. You used me as an example, but I literally did submit a legislative proposal based on our discussion with the roundtable, two of them. Thank you. So definitely for the community, connect. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
I also want to let public know that if you have been part of an organization or you believe someone should be recognized by the member, you can always email his staff and they can look into providing you a certificate of recognition. I know sometimes we wait and say, well, I don't know. The process is not complicated. It's just applying, asking, and then I know you've been wonderful. I see your staff and yourself at all the events presenting these certificates. And it's important that we acknowledge our community members for all the work they do. So thank you for doing that, Assemblymember Schultz.
Thank you.
And for the wonderful bills by them.
And may I add just one final note, Mr. President? I do want to just say an extra thank you again to my staff. The public may not know this, but we represent 500,000 people in our district. And other than me, I have 4 people that are trying to service all the needs of our district. So I just want to say, if I do something to disappoint, that's totally fair. Let me know. You should criticize me when you disagree, but I really just want to give it up to my staff because whether you like what we're doing or not, they're there to serve you every single day. And I also want to mention, if you are having trouble with a state agency, maybe you need help with unemployment insurance benefits through EDD. Maybe you're trying to navigate an issue with the franchise tax board if you're a business. Maybe it's an issue with the DMV. We are here for you and we are your caseworkers and we want to help.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues? Thank you very much, Honorable. It's
Thank you all.
always great to see
Appreciate
you
it.
and Happy New Year to you and your family and staff. All right. Now we're going to item 10, request to address the board. This is public communication section. So. Any individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on agenda item on any of subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it into a Mosquitero. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may alluded to each speaker except by the unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attending for viewing and participation. Speakers who wish to provide the public comments virtually were asked to sign up via Google form at the link provided before 3 p.m. yesterday, indicating if their comment pertained to one item on the agenda, to a subject within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education. When it is time for a virtual speaker to address the board, the speaker's name will be called and the speaker should be activate their microphone and camera. Speakers must be present in the Zoom webinar when their name is called in order to address the board. Speakers are also requested to state their name prior to addressing the board. Please note that the chat function has been disabled. After speaker completes their public comments, or if the 5-minute time limit has been reached, the speaker will be removed from the Zoom webinar and can continue watching the meeting by streaming at www.burbankusd.org/BOE meetings. And do we have any virtual speakers? Okay, we don't. Our next first speaker this evening is Joe Schlossman.
Evening, everybody. Ms. Weisberg, outside the door here is a plaque, and they recognize board members for the years of service that they were there. And I was studying it, and I noticed the names of Kaufman and Hansen. And I used to go and hear these speakers and speak when the district headquarters was over at Buena Vista. And that's about 33 years. And in those 33 years, I've never seen somebody as rude, as discourteous, as ignorant, and as ignorant of the Brown Act as you. we should be encouraging participation in the meetings. When you talk about inclusion, it's also inclusion of people who say things that might disagree with you. And there's plenty of things that you do that are very disagreeable. Now, at the last meeting, I did not come. It was raining, the weather was inclement, and frankly, I was comfortable in bed. But I watched, and the things that you said were so despicable. I've never seen anything like it. And some of those things that you said were discouraging participation. You were critical. You said, essentially, wait a minute. You quoted Kim Clark, who used to sit right over here as the recording secretary. So you're either a liar or you threw her under the bus. So let's talk about it. You said that she said, keep in mind, she wasn't here, had nothing to do with the meeting, but you quoted her as saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it. And then similar, and then words that you said were, if you don't have solutions, you're part of the problem. And there lies the problem with you, your lack of understanding of the First Amendment. There's 5 elements to it. You've heard me say this before. 2 of those elements are, of course, free speech. All of us can come here. It's free. It's free speech. But the second one is the right to redress our officials, our government officials. That's you. And there's been so much malfeasance going on here in the past, well, years, really. And you're part of the problem. You don't want to hear criticism, and you want us to give you the solutions. And many times we do, but you don't listen. And we can't vote on these things. You can. And what's worse is you infect the others with your horrible attitude. You should be encouraging public participation. It's shameful. And the fact that you're laughing and your head is bobbing around and denying it, it's all recorded. Just as my words are recorded, your words are recorded too. And we think it's despicable, your words. You may surround yourself with people who pat you on the back and say you're wonderful and give you a hug and this type of thing. But there's a whole other group of people that know what time it is. We see the forest through the trees. And the way you conduct yourself at these meetings, you owe us all an apology. And to besmirch wonderful members of our community, Walmsley, Vanderbork, these are very intelligent people who only wish to serve for the betterment of the students. And when you talk down to all of us, it's shameful. Shame on you. A credentialed teacher wouldn't conduct themselves like that. Oh, wait, you're not a credentialed teacher.
All right, Linda Walmsley.
Good evening. My name is Linda Walmsley. At the board meeting on November 20th, it seemed to me that some of you were concerned and unhappy with the messages that were delivered to you during the public comment portion of the meeting. You were hoping that those of us that spoke to you would focus on students, teachers, and staff. It was suggested that we are perpetuating scare tactics and attacking the district. The need for speakers to talk about policies and not people, and to ask where the district is going, rather than who to blame for existing problems, was recognized. After listening to your comments and re-listening to them again a few days after the meeting, excuse me, I began to think about exactly why this so-called group's coming to address you. It is my opinion that we are here to focus mainly on leadership and fiscal issues. As to leadership, I told you in my speech on November 20th that my concern, not criticism, was that the district is in a moment where multiple key leadership positions were vacant or soon to be so. I asked you what your plan is for addressing these vacancies to create stability and leadership support for the superintendent. The need for better fiscal management is clear to me and most of your constituents. The loss of $93,000 and another $30,000 to poorly written contracts, the fact that the county has assigned you a qualified certification and required you to submit a board-approved fiscal stabilization plan by December 5th are just a few of the concerns that need to be addressed. Is asking you to consider and address these issues good for students, teachers, and staff? Yes. Without quality leadership and strong fiscal management, the education of Burbank students will be in jeopardy. I know that, and you do too. As I close, I want to read to you something that a friend shared with me. It gives the reader a clear understanding of why anyone speaks to you. It says, public comment isn't a formality. It's a legal right protected by the Brown Act. California law guarantees the public the ability to speak openly on issues within the board's jurisdiction, precisely so concerns aren't buried in inboxes or handled privately. When a school board encourages people to just email instead, it sidesteps the transparency and removes concerns from the public record, undermining the purpose of open meetings. The board may not be able to debate non-agendized issues in the moment, but they absolutely can request reports, direct follow-up, or place items on future agendas. And when key documents like fiscal letters, certifications, or county directives aren't posted or shared, it becomes even more critical for the public to speak out during meetings. Public comment is where accountability happens, on the record and in full view of the community. Transparency isn't optional, and neither is public participation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Les Cohen. Les? Oh, here.
Good evening. My name is Les Cohen. Tonight I'd like to talk about two subjects, transparency and political spin. It seems to me that this board has on numerous occasions stressed the importance of transparency, but in reality has not demonstrated a particular value for it. During the last board meeting, I asked a question and was taken to task by a board member because she felt it was not timely. I was also encouraged to ask questions like the one I asked through email so as not to waste time bringing up dead issues. Finally, this board member emphasized the value of bringing forward things that were good for students, staff, and parents. I would add the tax-paying public to that group as well. Let me explain. During your last meeting, I asked about an issue that occurred in May because I had just recently become aware of it. Normally, this issue would not even register with me, but since the debacle with member Tabbitt came to light, along with the previous failure to produce 2 years' worth of board meeting minutes, the confusion about how Mr. Cantwell was being paid, the general chaos occurring in the finance office, administrators at all levels leaving the districts in droves, and I could go on and on. So having lost faith in this board's ability to oversee the operation of the district, with the exception of Member Olson, I felt that what looked like a small problem with the Surplus Property Advisory Committee minutes was also part of a larger problem with oversight. I'm relieved that it isn't. When members of the public choose to speak about matters that make board members uncomfortable, it is not to do harm to students, staff, parents, and taxpayers. It is done to help these stakeholders learn the truth about how the district is being managed at the highest level. Contrary to what has been said to the board, this district has said by the board, This district has many problems that are not common to other districts. All districts are not required to submit fiscal stabilization plans. Other districts who do not have to submit these plans, who do have to submit these plans, are much more transparent about them and the steps they are taking due to the seriousness of this requirement, which comes from the Los Angeles County Office of Education. See how the Pasadena School District is handling their FSB for a lesson and how this should be done. Another good source of information is an article written in a publication called Edunomics entitled, "What Goes Wrong When Some Board Members Don't Understand District Finances." This district is, it seems to me, not being transparent, but obfuscating when it comes to informing the public about the dire financial straits we're in. I would love to be up here talking about the many positive things that are happening in the district, but currently I believe the bold truth is more important than contributing to the political spin the public has been hearing from this board. Remember, as the old saying goes, and as Mr. Schultz said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Thank you.
We have, next one is we have Chris, Gio, and Alejandro. These are students. Good evening. And when you come up here for the record, if you can also give us your first and last name, that'd be wonderful. Hi.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Giro Paul. My name is Alejandro. We are students in the districts and members of Scouting America's Troop 209 here in Burbank. We want to share how much being a part of Scouting has helped us grow. Through Scouting, we have learned leadership skills, teamwork, and how to give back to our community. For example, we recently worked on an Eagle Scout project by one of our scouts, Isabel Campos, in which we made communication boards for all 11 elementary schools in Burbank. The first one was delivered this week to Stephen Elementary. It was really so cool to learn about the different ways the students communicate and how we helped other kids be able to communicate during recess, which is by far the best part of the school day.
We think more students could benefit if our schools worked more closely with organizations like Scouting America. Whether it's service projects, outdoor education, or leadership trainings, these programs could give us opportunities that go beyond what we can learn in class.
We hope that the board will consider ways to collaborate with community groups like Scouting America so more students can have these experiences. Thank you for listening and for supporting students like us.
Thank you. And next we have Eric Hawk. Come on up, Eric.
Oh, okay. Hey, and a very good evening to the super members of the Burbank School Board, the terrific school district, team members, and others who've taken time out of their evening to attend today's meeting. My name for the record again is Eric Hawk. I'm the current president of the Board of Directors of the Burbank Community Band. And just a quick summary, it's been a little while since my last visit, and I've missed you all for sure. On Saturday, October the 25th, the band had its third annual Halloween concert and had a great performance complete with videos accompanying the music at First Christian Church of Burbank. Had an annual costume contest and had more members of the community participate than in any prior year that we've done this. On November 11th, the band participated in its longest running tradition of performing for the city of Burbank prior to and as part of the Veterans Day ceremony at McCambridge Park, which is a ceremony that the band really enjoys being a part of. In the final weeks of 2025, the band will be sharing this December will be sharing its December holiday performance with the community, although with respect to the third and fourth graders who performed earlier, you may have seen a highlight already of the holiday performance. So, but I definitely want to highlight what we're doing. On Saturday, December the 20th, the Burbank Community Band will have a really fun show. Oh, there we go. I'll use that. Whoop, there we are. really have a real fun show, and this will be our annual December holiday concert. We have some fun pieces planned, including Irving Berlin's White Christmas, fanfare for the Festival of Lights, and Vince Giraldi's Charlie Brown Christmas as well. Yeah, that one I'm really happy with. We also are going to have a really fun sing along with a bunch of tunes y'all know. You definitely all know. This is a free performance on Saturday, December the 20th, and we'll be back at First Christian Church of Burbank at 6th and Angelino at 5 p.m. If for whatever reason you cannot make the Saturday afternoon performance, or you would just like to see more of the band, the musicians always love seeing all y'all. Their band will have a preview concert the day before on Friday, December the 19th, and that'll be at 10:30 in the morning at the Jocelyn Adult Center at Olive Avenue and Griffith Park Drive. Also a free performance there as well. And recognizing that the holiday season and maybe a whole lot of 2025 has been a period of stress, I'd encourage y'all to come out to a show played by musicians who are not playing for money, though the band does take donations. But we are playing, we are playing because we love to play music. We love performing for this community, and we love performing with the community musicians that we have in the Burbank Community Band. So just a really nice feeling comes from these shows, and because I love y'all, and the band really appreciates all the kind support the board and the district have shared with our band, just sharing our flyers in the bulletin boards and such. Definitely would love to share with you some happy vibes with our performance. And if you've not seen the community band perform before, really encourage you to come out and see one of these shows. Our conductor, Dr. Michael Stanley, is going to be leading us on some marvelous pieces. So thank you. I hope to see you all real soon. I hope to see you at one of the upcoming shows, and happy holidays to all y'all. Thank you. Oh, and I have flyers. I'll hand them to the recording secretary.
Now, Kelsey's gonna be there now. Peggy Flynn?
Hi, my name's Peggy Flynn. I'm the Arts and CTE Director. I just wanted to quickly remind the board about item number 13K, I believe it was, that got pulled. The request, we did an overview on November 20th, and it had been entered onto the agenda improperly, not as a vote, but as a report. The board requested that we bring it back and agendize it for a vote. I explained on the 20th that the matrix was not going to be a part of this, and that the LA Commission on Arts and Culture was developing their own evaluation like we used in the past. Also, budget. It's not as simple as having Prop 28. I think Prop 28 would be an excellent deep dive for this board to understand the workings of it. That is a site-driven expenditure report, so that would require much more time than 2 weeks. So with that in mind, before we bring it back again, I just wanted to remind you that we will either move forward quickly with a vote of a yay or a nay, or we can wait and push this to next year and be 2 more years out. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff Vanderborg. That's the last card.
Good evening, trustees. Interim Superintendent Dr. Macias, I am Jeff Vanderborg. Paid administrative leave is an important tool to temporarily remove an employee from their duties while the district conducts fact-finding investigations. The employee remains employed. From your personnel reports, we have calculated that for the past 6 months, June to November, the district has spent approximately $375,000 to compensate employees who are not doing any work. By the end of next month, the district will have spent over $500,000. To be clear, paid administrative leave is appropriate when used correctly and acted upon promptly. From public records request, we learned there are two very different ways the district has used paid administrative leave. The first includes the Canwell-Redchenko leadership back in May and June, placing a group of employees on paid administrative leave, not for an investigation, but as part of a settlement in a manner that is outside established due process. Each employee was given a different length of paid leave with the agreement that at the end of that leave, they would be considered as having resigned. During this extended leave period, these individuals received full pay, full benefits, and continued to accrue PERS or STIR service retirement credits. And as you know, these added credits may end up costing the district even more if they seek retirement. One of them is still on paid leave through January 31st, 2026, having received 8.5 months of full pay and benefits. Furthermore, in some cases, their positions were backfilled. This district paid 2 people for the same job. Somehow or another, we didn't follow FCMAT's recommendations on position control. When paid leave is used as a settlement, it becomes an unbudgeted extension of salary. The settlement agreements I just described were only brought to you in closed session after a member of the public alerted your staff of their legal obligation to do so. How many other possible settlement agreements are there? We also learned there's a teacher who has been on paid administrative leave for over a year. Is this really true or possible? The second issue is different. It involves 2 contracted administrators who have been placed on paid administrative leave now for months. Unlike the cases I just described, these employees have employment contracts with explicit terms, including termination for cause. We know that you can't comment on employee matters. We're not asking you to. We are concerned with the costly snail pace of the process. We assume the district is conducting investigations or negotiating a separation agreement. The problem is while you do this, you're still paying for 2 administrators while their duties are either ignored or distributed to others or partially handled by temporary help. As you address later tonight the concept of a fiscal stabilization plan, please remember what I just said. You will have spent over $500,000 on paid leaves, which equals the cost of the 5 elementary PE teachers proposed as a stabilization option. No one takes comfort in seeing people's employment terminated. But by now, you must acknowledge the Canwell-Redchenko leadership is responsible for many of the problems we continue to uncover and have brought to your attention now since June via emails and at board meetings. It only requires 3 votes to put an end to these bad practices and ongoing monthly and necessary expenses. If you must pay Mr. Canwell 6 more months of salary to equal the 1-year package that was given to him back in July, or fire him for cause. We know if you fire him, they may very well result in added expenses. Either option may not be politically appealing, but as trustees, you have a duty to stop this significant financial hemorrhage. Why is it taking this long? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that was our last speaker, Superintendent Dr. Macias.
Thank you, Dr. Aghakhanian. I just want to acknowledge and thank all our speakers. Again, I mentioned in my comments earlier during my reports about civic engagement, so I appreciate your time and sharing your concerns and your thoughts. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about our Scouting America individuals. Thank you for sharing. I would love to secure a meeting time with you outside the scope of a school day to make sure that we have a discussion and see what we can do as a district to partner up with you. So please, let's make sure we connect before you leave. I'll make sure to give you my contact information and we'll set something up. And then lastly, I want to revisit the idea and notion that I shared earlier again about the commitment with this budget advisory committee. I fully intend to set forth a different set of actions and vision that this district will be committed to moving forward. So I'm hoping that the community will see that in action sooner than later. And again, as I stated very clearly before, it will be an ongoing, sustained group and practice moving forward. Thank you, Dr. Arcani.
Thank you. Board Member Olson?
I get picked first?
Yes.
Thank you, first of all, everybody who comes up and spends the time to speak to us. I do think this was kind of a representation of what public comment can be, with community members sharing things happening, obvious commentary on us and our practices and procedures, and those asking to collaborate. So I appreciate that and everybody's words. I'm sure my fellow board members will echo that we are doing what we can as fast as we can to address these concerns. Regarding our budget and finances, we are going to open up that door in just a bit, kind of talking through our financial stabilization plan. But I will say that as the new person coming in, evaluating our current practices and how we take a look at the process to getting to where we are, there is a lot of room to grow. And I don't think anyone would disagree with me. As I've been asking and poking, we're all on the same wavelength, so we hear you. And I do think that Dr. Macias leading us in the fiscal committee and in the committee, but also in our community meeting next week, is hopefully a starting point in our goal toward more transparency on this process. But again, I was a Girl Scout for my high school years, and so I have to echo the power that what you all do has. So I'm so grateful that you came here today and brought that up. I look forward to hearing what that collaboration will be. And I am devastated to miss this event because I will be flying out of town. But now we know what else to look forward to. So thank you for coming to participate with us. Anyone else?
Yes, Board Member Connor.
First, I'd like to address the Boy Scouts. I'm really very curious, and actually my grandson goes to Stevenson, so I'm going to see in terms of what he has seen and what the communication board and such. I'm very, very curious about that. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for being part of the community and becoming civic leaders. Okay, I really do appreciate that. Mr. Hawk, finally, it's one of the days I think I will definitely be able to get there. So we will definitely be there. For a lot of the other people that were talking kind of in a generalization at the school board conference, there was a lot I really learned, especially, and I know Trustee Olson and I both, hearing in terms of better understanding, even in terms of the Brown Act. So I'm much more appreciative and I think much more understanding in terms of I do understand what you're bringing. And in terms of sometimes, I know I've had sometimes of a visceral reaction. I think I told you, Mr. Van Borg, one time, I was like, oh, you just want to do this. But understanding, yes, you're absolutely right. The public can say. And to be honest with you, I think when I've thought it over, most of the time I've told you repeatedly, a lot of what's being said, as again, Trustee Olson said, has been things that we are saying. Definitely, we agree with you. Mr. Van Berg, I think I remember telling you one time, there is things that have been, obviously we can't talk about, and I think you're definitely aware of it. So I think people have slowed down saying, tell me, there's things we cannot talk about. But understanding that in terms of snail pace, it's very interesting to see how things run. And I wish I could say that we could just speed things up. Unfortunately, that's not always the case, but looking and seeing how I was looking at a meeting maybe 2 meetings ago that I said, this is not just something that happened right now on June 5th. There's just so many layers that we're going through. So I appreciate people's understanding and continued support of us too, understanding what we're doing and that we are definitely, really truthfully, we are all on the same page.
I wanted to address Ms. Walmsley's comments. I'm sorry, I'm pretty emotional right now. I've been on board for about 5 years, and I ran because I'm passionate about education, credentialed or not. Worked as a teacher for 22 years. I didn't run because of the money that I make being on board, and I didn't run because I wanted to run for something else. I ran because I care about making our district better. I'm a passionate person. I care about things deeply. I understand that can be polarizing. But I've spent 4 years keeping as quiet as I can while being attacked by people who have threatened my life, who have distorted my words, made hand job gestures as I respond to public comment. The First Amendment, sir, protects your right to free speech. It doesn't protect a lack of consequence or response. I have the right as a human being to respond. And what I said about Ms. Clark was something that I thought was a really powerful statement, and I carry with me all the time, which is what I'm doing in the best interest of our students, of our teachers, and our staff. I didn't say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. So, Ms. Walmsley, I was thinking a lot about what you said. And I think it's important to note, like the pushback, and specifically at the last meeting for me, had to do with the public speaker who came up and read the allegations against an employee. And my response was because that was one side of the story. That employee wasn't there to defend themselves. And I've definitely responded that way when people have chosen to speak about people rather than processor issues. You're absolutely right. The goal has never been to say, if you don't have anything nice, don't say anything at all. The goal has been, can we find a way to criticize and push back without dragging individuals in the district in the process? Because it's not just here, right? As it is, you're right. It's online, it's on Facebook, it's here, and that's absolutely okay. But we as human beings also know these human beings who are being deeply impacted on a personal, emotional, physical, and spiritual level by what they perceive to be attacks. So if the perception has been from you or Mr. Vanderborg or Ms. Shackman or Mr. Cohen that I'm telling you not to speak, that's never been my intention. I greatly appreciate your feedback, and I've made that known to many of you. Mr. Cohen, I responded with a big thank you to you when you spoke, and it was happy to be able to answer your question. But I think this takes a really human toll on us. And I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm not asking you for you to be sympathetic or care about who we are. But when I ask people to talk about the process and not the human beings, it's not because I want you to stop talking about the process, but because I sit with people who are having panic attacks or quit or are crying because they have given X number of years of their life to the district and they feel like they're being blamed for something. And so I'm not saying stop talking. I'm saying, can we all think about the way we're engaging? And I think that almost all of you in this space have been very thoughtful and very respectful about how you engage. I think you take time to phrase what you're saying and how you're saying it. And I'm deeply appreciative. I think I'm looking at 3 people in particular, Mr. Vanderborg, Ms. Shackman, and Ms. Walmsley, who have brought stuff to the board that has been vital and really important. So you've given me some food for thought. I will be more thoughtful about the way I phrase my feedback. So I want to thank you for that. But I also want the community to recognize that this takes a really excruciating personal toll on us. And let me just speak for myself. For me, my entire life has been dedicated to education as an educator and running for school board. And so it does create a sense of pain and probably defensiveness when the accusations become you're intentionally lying, you're intentionally withholding, you're intentionally obfuscating, you're in, X, Y, and Z. And it is frustrating, Mr. Vanderborg, because your question is why is it such a slow and costly process? Please know that is the constant refrain from all of us up here. It is excruciating. And it's excruciating not to be able to say to you, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, here's why. And this is why it's taking this long. And we wish it could, it's so hard not to share, but I also know it's in the best interest of our district to keep my big mouth shut about it. So that isn't to say stop asking questions. That is to say that we are not withholding intentionally, but rather are literally not able to share more. But I do want to reiterate that we are working as hard and as fast as we can as a board within the legal constraints that we have to move quickly and stop, to your point, Mr. Vanderborg, hemorrhaging money, because that's what it feels like we're doing, because we are. So I think I would just ask people as we move forward and engage. I don't believe anybody up here has said don't be critical. We need it. We only get better when people are. Her hiccups are like the cutest thing of all time. I'm sorry, it's too late. It's too late. I said it. I think I am just saying if we can all be mindful of the toll that this takes on our community members, our elected officials, and our staff, I think we would make enormous amount of progress in our ability to communicate with one another. I also wanted to thank Chris, Gio, and Alejandro. It's so great to see you guys. Thank you so much for sharing. I hope you'll come back, and please let us know if there are ways that we can support you moving forward. Scouting is such an amazing thing to do, and it sets you up for your life moving forward in so many awesome ways you won't even know until you get there. So thank you for being here. And I also wanted to thank Assemblymember Schultz and Mr. Machado for coming. I don't know if he's still here. We hear you on the need for more stability with our special education educators. We're asking for a lot of reports that will hopefully come back and give us some information that we need to make some really meaningful changes and get you that kind of stability that you need. So hear you loud and clear, and I would love to set up a time to talk with you because I have no doubt you have some really good ideas that I haven't even thought of yet.
I don't have a lot to add to what my colleagues have said. Thank you to our students for coming. I'm excited to see those communication boards. Thank you, Mr. Hawk, for the invitation. I'm going to see, I think my children would be very interested in that. And then thank you to our community members for coming and for sharing your concerns. I once did, and this is going to sound real squishy, but I once did a professional development that was about giving and receiving feedback, right? And I maybe have told the story before, and God help me if I'm becoming a mother and repeating myself. But one of the things that, was part of that process was when someone gives you feedback, the thing that you say first, it's really hard to say, is thank you for caring about me enough to give me that feedback. And that truly is what I feel, is that you guys, y'all care about the district, you care about the students, you care about the teachers, you care about the staff, you care about district staff enough to give us feedback that is hard to hear. And I want to recognize that because it is hard, right? It's hard, one, because we can't respond, and we can't respond. It's hard because I think we feel like we're really trying our hardest to fix some of the issues that we didn't even know existed on June 5th. But because of the feedback that you've given us, there have been things that have maybe risen to the top of the pile that we didn't know about, right? And so even when it's hard, thank you for giving us the feedback. And thank you for coming and continuing to do that. Because I do know that it's coming from a place of care. Even if it's not about us in particular, that's okay. I know that it's about the kids. And that's where I think we just need to make sure that we do keep that in mind, right? And that's what I continue to think about is with what I do appreciate is that even with all of this happening, we have not seen our school sites really affected by this, right? Our school sites are on all cylinders, right? Amazing work is happening at our school sites because our site principals, our site staff have really been able to stay focused on our students. And I want to make sure that as we move into the new year, that we all stay focused on that. And that doesn't mean let's only talk about happy things. It does mean how do we bring up how do we continue to bring up stuff that's going to get us, that's going to move us forward? And that does mean, how do we stop hemorrhaging money? Because the $500,000 number is always the number I think about because I have a third grader who's now in PE, right? And I'm like, well, gosh, I want to make sure that we continue to have PE for our elementary school students, right? But how do we continue to move the district forward in a way that is with care? And so I say all that to say I appreciate the feedback, even when it's hard to hear. So thank you. And thank you for coming to do it respectfully. And I hope that, anything that I said at the last meeting where we were kind of discussing the way that people give feedback, right? I think when we talk about specific employees, there is a process for for employee complaints that we can get into. But when we talk about process of how we deal with admin leave, that can be a real conversation, but not about specific individuals. So I appreciate you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Vice President Kamkar. So first, I do want to again thank our Assembly member, Nick Schultz, for being here. I think what he shared with us, it's important, but it also gives you a little bit of a forecast of where the appetite is when it comes to legislation and funding. And we just came back from the CSBA conference, and there are a lot of concerns about funding. And for those millions of viewers who are watching who don't know what CSBA conference is, basically all the school board members and superintendents come to these workshops and get to talk to each other. It's the same common theme. And I've said this for many years, and I will say it again. Now you can blame attrition, you can blame enrollment, but there are deep issues that have affected our funding, starting with Prop 13. And we try to address that every time. But I always tell people, you really want to fix this, you're going to have to go to Sacramento and really ask for a long-term fixing and a resolution, because this is only going to get more interesting as attrition is a big concern. We talk to districts who are down to like 78 students for the whole district now. Smaller districts, but for them, it's almost a 50% drop. And so some of you are aware of this, but at the same time, I do want to appreciate the Assembly member being here. You can always address these concerns to him. I know that we are part of a 5-star coalition who bring these concerns forward. But, funding seems to be the conversation every year, but this year more than ever. We hear this from other districts. So we're appreciative of creative ways the district and the Assembly working together, even now working with our congressional member, are trying to address these things. It's unfortunate that we have to have this conversation every year. Education should be the #1 priority. Paying our teachers highest salary should be the priority. And I come from an education system where teachers were the highest paid. So with that said, Chris Gio Alejandro, as a former scout, and a current parent of a Scout. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I would love to hear even reports from you guys. You can always come here, talk to the superintendent. We can even give you a little report section where you can come and tell us what you're doing. Because I think every Sunday when I drop off our kid at the Scouts, he's very happy to be there. You know, we talk about kids being on their phones all the time. You give them opportunities to get out and get involved in the community. They would love to do that. Our son told us the other day he's bored. He doesn't want to be on his phone anymore. You'd be surprised, but so scouting is a great way for him to get out and hang out with his friends. And more than ever, we need that now, especially with, you know, what's happening with kids just being on the computers all the time. I mean, I have people complaining about their kids having back problems. They're so much on the phone. And so I think if we create more opportunities like the Boy Scouts and similar programs where the kids get out, trust me, they'll be very receptive of it. I think they're done with being on, you know, going 100 times and sliding on the side. At least our son is. So maybe we'll provide him with more scouting and getting out more often. But thank you for all you do. And Mr. Hawk, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure. I do also want to take this opportunity to thank the First Christian Church of Burbank. They always host these events. We forget to thank them for doing these wonderful events. But thank you for all you do. And, you know, I will finish with this Boy Scouts motto, do a good turn daily, right? So we're at the holiday season, everyone. And, you know, we're here talking about these concerns and issue. And I've said it before and I say it again. It's important that we hear you. It's important that your comments, you know, are said. It is called public comments for a reason. And for someone who came from a country where First Amendment didn't exist, where you could have put in prison for making comments like you just did, where free speech didn't exist, I more than ever appreciate this. Someone who studied to be a constitutional lawyer, because I believe in the power of the First Amendment. But at the same time, I do also appreciate you coming forward because you are concerned, as my colleague said. It is difficult for us. Some of you have been in positions of elected office. Do you understand sometimes it's not as simple? Besides the legal ramifications and the concerns. It's unfortunate, but you know what? I guarantee you're going to get to the bottom of this soon. Because we have to stop this, just based on what we're seeing in terms of numbers, and you're going to hear about it tonight. But more important, continue coming forward. That is your spot to, you know, bring your comments forward. You have the right. It's a lot of people fought and died to have us to have the privilege of come forward and talk freely. So thank you for your comments. But again, it breaks my heart because this week alone, I saw the longest line. I do a program where we feed individuals in our college. It's part of the LA Food Bank. 2 weeks consistently, longest line I've said, 485, 468. Students asking for food. So do what Boy Scouts do. Do a good turn to daily. Go out there, help someone. Help your local organizations. We have wonderful organizations in Burbank we can donate to. Thank someone. Thank a teacher for what they do. And with that said, you know, I know we're going to be back next week, but some of you aren't going to be here. Thank you for all your comments. And go out tomorrow morning and do a good turn. With that said, we're going to go to the next item. 12 public hearings. All right. You know. I'm opening the public comments. Are there any public speakers? I have one card. And do we have any virtual one? Joel Schlossman, come on up.
look, any employee who's threatened should call the police and those should be investigated. I'm talking about the employees in these groups of employees. Well, yes, item 12. Yes, what I would like to hear from you is the benefits. I'd like you to educate the public on the benefits of being a employee for the district. And that's something does that have to do with memorandums of understanding for employees? Have a good evening.
Turn my mic on. Approval of the district's amended initial proposal for 2024-27 successor to the current collective bargaining agreement with the California School Employees Association, CSEA Burbank Chapter 674, to an initial proposal for a 2025-26 amendment to the current collective bargaining argument with the California School Employees Agreement, not argument, sorry. No, we're arguing now. Thank you, Abby, for what I heard. Hey, we're like telepathically. With the California School Employees Association, CSEA Burbank Chapter 674. Don't say it, don't do it. Yes.
Dr. Akanya, I want to just give a little background and context as to why this is an amendment, and I should have stepped in earlier before the hearing started to explain that when this was initially presented in September, it was done incorrectly. So this is our taking back that initial proposal, and we'd like to make an amendment to only negotiate for the 25-26 year. And again, the areas in negotiations shall include, but not be limited to, the Article 8 compensation, Article 9 health and welfare benefits, Article 13 leaves, and Article 23 professional development. So again, it's isolated and a retraction to only reflect an amendment for this 25-26 year to work with CSEA.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. Vice President Kamkar.
And so, tell me how this differs from the ratification that's coming after it.
So the ratification just puts the motions in play to allow us to negotiate. So it's hearing, then the amendment, and then.
Okay.
We did this in September in successive order as well. It's something that we do.
Thank you.
I asked the same thing. You're not alone.
Okay, and I did have a question because on that one I had, by the way, I forgot can you see I walked out of my classroom without my laptop? So I'm basically on my phone. On the second one that we're going to be talking about afterwards, that just had compensation and hours of employment, but the other one had leaves also. And okay, so we're only just going to be focusing on that when we ratify. It's just on that part of it. Correct. Got it.
And again, we're acting upon CSEA's proposal to amend for this 25-26, again, to correct. So we're working in partnership with them.
All right. Any other questions on this item? Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved. I'll second.
Yeah. All right. Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion passes. So then let's do 13B, the ratification of the CSEA Burbank Chapter 674 amended initial proposal for bargaining for 2024-27 successor agreement. So Dr. Macias, do you want to remind us that this allows us to then go ahead and
So, and again, for complete clarification, 13A was CSEA, 13B, or I should say 13A was district's proposal. B is CSEA, and that's where we're matching between the two.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions?
Not for this.
Okay, can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
A second.
All right, moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by board member, it is hard. Board member Olson.
Everybody can be a doctor.
Can be a doctor. Board member Olson, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Just aye. All right, motion passes 4-0. All right, let's move on to 13C, presentations by the finalists for requests for proposals, RFP 2526-007, superintendent recruitment and selection process. Thank you for joining us. Let's bring up Mr. Gerharder, please.
Okay. No green light. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you, board members. Nice to see you all. So as you remember, we did an RFP for a search firm for executive recruitment. We had about 7 or 8 respondents, and all of those responses were evaluated. We had an evaluation committee. They evaluated the responses, and the top 3 scoring firms are with us tonight. So the top 3 firms are Leadership Associates, represented by James Brown and Dr. Ellen Doherty. Education Support Services Group, represented by Michael Matthews and Roger Rice. And finally, McPherson and Jacobson, represented by Dr. Penny De Leon and Ben Johnson. So what we're going to do is they've already drawn numbers from a hat, and they're going to actually present in that order. I don't know how that happened, but the order that was listed in is the order they're going to present in. And so Leadership Associates will present first.
Yep. So let me go through process here real quick while they get set up. We are going to have a timer set by Ms. Quiterio. She's got their presentations up. And so they're going to have 10 minutes to present. We're going to wait on questions until after everyone has presented. Is that right? Yep. We are not asking questions until after everybody has presented. And then all of the firms will come back in and we can ask questions at that point. We're actually going to allow anybody who is in the in person here, if they would like to ask questions, they will be able to ask relevant questions to our participants when we are completed. And I can kind of go over that process when we get there. But like I said, so essentially what we're going to do is each firm's going to present. They each have 10 minutes. After all the presentations are complete, all the presenters will come back to the boardroom for the Q&A session. And so at that point, you can direct questions to all of the firms, to an individual firm, right? So if you just have a question for one that's like a clarifying question, that's fine. But I'm going to try to keep track. I really want to make sure that we don't ask 7 questions at a time, that we give everyone proper time to actually respond. We keep ourselves organized here a little bit. Sound good? All right, great. Are we ready, Ms. Quiterio? Okay.
Do I just push how do I move it?
I believe so. Would you want to give it a try?
Okay, got it.
Great. Whenever you're ready.
That's it. Okay. Well, we brought a PowerPoint that summarizes what we put in our proposal, which, by the way, was very detailed, and that was in response to what we regarded as a very high-quality RFP that the district put forward on this. It was very detailed. What's that?
Introduce ourselves.
Okay, I'm going to do that in a minute. I just wanted to start that way with reference to PowerPoint, but we are going to introduce ourselves. There are two of us here representing Leadership Associates tonight. We're one of the three firms that you've invited. There are three of us on this team. One of us is traveling in Europe and was rather reluctant to cancel his trip. Got him the date, but we told him that there would be payback time. So my name is Jim Brown. It's a pleasure to be back in this area for me because I spent 8 years in Glendale, California. I started my teaching career in Pasadena back in 1965, so that'll kind of date myself. But I have a lot of ties to this area. And we put our team together actually with the idea that, and we know it's important to you that people know the Burbank Unified School District, this general area, Southern California and all that. And my colleague represents the area as well. Ellen?
I live in South Pasadena. I was a parent, teacher, administrator in South Pasadena for 22 years. And then I moved down to Lawndale Elementary School District where I was superintendent there for.
And then Mark Ecker, a third member of our team, went to school in Burbank. Yeah, he went to a little bit of elementary school, middle school, and started high school, and then his family moved. So all three of us have ties to this area. And what was really interesting, the other day I was talking to my son, who was a teacher up in Marin County, and he knows what his dad is up to. So but another teacher on his staff came up, Michelle Seha was her name. She said, "Oh, I went to school in Burbank. I graduated from there. It's a wonderful school district." She said, "You have to learn how to embrace the craziness." She said, and we talked a little bit about, this is a heavy media environment and all that, I mean, when in Glendale, the slightest thing would happen, there'd be 5 helicopters over the school site stuff. So at any rate, we wanted to put our team together with people that knew this area, had some background in the area, and had worked with the Burbank Unified School District in one capacity or another, such as we used to call it the 5-Star Coalition, a group of districts. Still is good. That's good to hear. So Ellen and I are very glad to be invited tonight and to present to you. We have another members of our team that Ellen wanted to tell you about.
Yeah, we a key personnel assigned to each support. So you can see there are 4 women that are here. One of them will be assigned just to this search, and they have comprehensive on-call support. They'll provide personalized written guidelines, templates, sample documents, checklists, anything that you need, and they're there to work with your staff person who's working on the search at the same time.
Yeah, we think that's very important because we know there's a lot that can fall on the secretary to the board and the secretary to the superintendent. Community engagement meetings, schedules and everything like that. But we have templates that we've developed that can help with that. You don't have to start from scratch. Our job is to partner with you on this search and support you wherever we can. That's the way we see it. We have a good background in search work. We started our work back in 1996. Some of you, if you've ever come across a study conducted by the McCrell Corporation, what it was on the topic, does leadership make a difference in the quality of education? And the answer was overwhelmingly yes, less. The quality of leaders in school districts, principals, assistant superintendents, directors, superintendents, board members, has a significant impact on the quality of education. And as Leadership Associates has grown, we've developed this very strong commitment to helping school districts in California find and keep high quality leadership over time at different levels. We know there's a lot on your plate right now. Just listening tonight, the background homework that we've done and everything, there's some serious issues you're dealing with right now. But let me put it in a little context of the importance of getting the right superintendent, because that leadership is going to make a critical difference. And our commitment is to you. We've done 600 plus searches, 700 in California. We know a lot of people and everything like that. But one of the reasons that we've been successful and we get called back a lot is because we see each district as unique. And that's really important to us. Every district is different. There's some things that carry over from one to another, but one of the most important things we have to do right away is learn as much as we can about what the current issues are here, because we have to help find leaders that can help you deal with those issues that are coming now and in the future. But We listed some of the searches that we've done. There's a longer list in the proposal itself, and there are a lot of school districts there, and I won't go over that. The next slide deals with just a quick overview of the search process, how it's done, starting and ending with the board. We are your partners in this, but we have an initial meeting with you, which would probably be, we think it's going to be very early January, where we lay out the search process in detail, the timeline and all that. We want to get that meeting up and going as quickly as possible. It'll need about 2 hours of your time, that particular item there. But and then we will tee up at that meeting the extensive, and I use that word intentionally, community and partner engagement meetings. There are a lot of people in this community that have a high degree of interest in what happens in the Burbank Unified School District. We want to reach out to those people. Now, I know every firm does this. They have community engagement meetings and all that. We think what makes our firm different on that is our ability to engage people on a personal basis. We're good listeners. We can draw people out. We ask them, what do you think is the quality of a good leader in the school district? What should qualities and characteristics of the superintendent? What are the challenges in the Burbank Unified School District? What are the successes that you're really proud of? And, you know, an obvious one is consistently you're in the top 20% of the state unified school districts in student achievement. That's a big plus, considering the diversity of the student body and some of the tough issues you took. So there's some successes that we want to build on. And then there's some challenges that we need to face. We have extensive meetings. They are done virtually by Zoom. A lot of people prefer that, but we also do those in person here. And there are particular groups like your employer associations and everything where those personal meetings will be particularly important. We also do an online survey, and you'll see what that looks like. And we customize it. We will address the different languages that are in the community. A lot of people, we get more responses to the survey usually than we do actual participation in the community meetings. For some people, that's pretty, you know, they like that. And we want to work with your principals, your school people. So anytime there's a meeting somewhere, school site council, PTA, whatever, there's an opportunity to fill out that survey for people so that we can get it in. So we really want to get a good turnout in that. Then we go through the development of a position description. That's a key document in this. Then we start the recruiting, the reference checking and all that. And then we meet with the board to go over the candidates. You'll see all the candidates that applied and you'll see what our recommendations are. We tier the candidates, top, middle, bottom. And then but you can see the file of anyone you want. It's your decision on which ones to invite for an interview. So the community engagement part, I've outlined pretty much, but the aim of this is to produce from all this data, the position description and a report to the board in writing what the major themes that we heard. It's an extensive report so that you have a chance to see it and you get the feedback. And I think will be particularly important to this community, especially here what we did tonight. So Ellen is going to talk a little bit about the next phase, the recruitment strategy.
Yes. So one of our real strengths in Leadership Associates is our networking. So these are our partners that are up and down the state. And they're geographically situated so that they're ready to effectively lead. And we really have made networks, and we've created this wide net of folks. We work with boards, we work with superintendents, we work with assistant soups. And so that we can have a wide variety of people that you might be interested in as we move forward. We also work with other companies and other associations. So we're affiliate with CSBA all the way to the bottom, American Association of School Administrators, which is national. So we have national connections as well as all of these other connections that we work with to find the best leader that would be best for your district. And then a real strength that we have is that we have executive leadership development. So we have the Superintendent Leadership Series in about 7 counties. We have small networks of superintendents. So once these people get jobs, then we have support. And we have aspiring superintendent series. We do advisement and workshops for boards, for cabinets. And then we have networks for assistant superintendents. And at the end of the year, I was trying to talk really fast. Okay.
Is there time to make closing comments, or I think we'll do what is best for you?
Yeah, I want to make sure we stick to process. We had your very thorough proposal beforehand. And I know that several of us were on the selection committee as it was, so I have had a lot of time to digest. So I want to make sure that we stick to process. So I think David's going to escort you out.
Okay.
We'll
And
see
you
you
have
back
the
in a
full-
couple.
You have the full PowerPoint, which has about 2 more slides in.
Excellent.
But I tried to cover those points at the beginning.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes,
thank
yes.
you.
Excellent so much. We'll see you very soon.
Time to meet with us tonight. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
See
absolutely.
you in a few minutes.
We'll see you very soon.
Can I make a recommendation that maybe, you maybe give like a minute warning at the end or something like that?
We put the timer on.
Oh, that's a better idea.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. All right. We'll let you start when you are ready. Welcome.
Yes, I will. Start, stop. You're giving me a lot of instructions. Good evening, President Dr. Akagian, board members. Very happy to be with you here tonight to talk about one of the most important decisions you make. And we want to talk to you about ESS, Education Support Services, and what we can do for you. My name is Mike Matthews. I'm a former superintendent in Manhattan Beach for 11 years, also out in the Century Road, Belinda in Orange County. So my colleague, Dr. Roger Rice, superintendent at Ventura Unified, also deputy superintendent at the Ventura County Office of Education. And we want to talk to you about the differences that our firm can make along the way as you do go about this process. You're interviewing 3 great firms tonight. We will talk to you about our differences of forward. Our concierge level service. We tailor each one of our searches for the district we're working in. We can't wait to get to know your district better. Our services are high touch, they're very personalized, and we want to deliver exactly what the board expects. We are the only firm, and I hope you saw it in our proposal, that makes public all of our hire and departure data. You can see how long people stayed in there. Over 94% of our employees, our superintendents stay at least 5 years. We're very proud of that. We intentionally limit our searches as a firm to 5 to 10 a year. We're not a big place. We want to focus entirely on your district, and that small number of searches gives us the opportunity to do that. Every search we do is a fresh. Although we do have candidates, people have already called us about this position. It's a coveted position, believe. I saw your laugh, but people think this is a great place to work. But we're not going to come to you with an idea of who should do it, because we need to get to know your place and know your people and make the decision at that time. We do offer a 2-year guarantee. If the board, majority of the board stays in place, and for some reason the superintendent does not stay, we will come back and do the search for free. We do that because we don't think it will happen. We believe we're going to hire a person who's going to be a great match for this community, and that's why we do that. Finally, we're associated with AALRR, our law firm. That means that we're independent from them, but they're a great resource for us, both in terms of their work with in terms of legal support for us,
And also, when we do background checks on people, we can find out a lot with that as well. And so we're very proud of both of those connections. We more about our difference, we like to compare ourselves to Costco and Trader Joe's. I don't know about you guys. I'm the shopper in my family. I love both of these places. I'm a member of Costco. I go there. They have items in bulk. They will always have the items I want in stock. They can serve thousands of people at the same time. And I don't mind the bigness of it. It provides the right things for me. But Trader Joe's that's who ESS thinks that we are more like. We love Trader Joe's because they provide high quality items in there. We love Trader Joe's because the employees who work there are enthusiastic. They know their products, they use their products, and their training is if an employee wants to talk to you about anything, you talk to them for as long as you want to talk and give them every bit of time we need. That's the personal touch that we provide as we go forward. It's not a stressful environment. When you see people leaving Trader Joe's, they're usually smiling. They return their carts. They do all the things they're supposed to be doing. And so at ESS, we're smaller like that. We're selective, not because we want to do less, but because we want to do it better. Roger.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Aga Kani, members of the board and staff. For the next couple of minutes, I'm going to be talking with you about a little bit about our network and our process. Although we don't come to you in advance with pre-identified candidates who may or may not be a fit to your district. As Mike just mentioned, we do have people who have reached out, and we take great pride in the breadth and depth of our professional networks across the state. We have 35 consultants who cover the entire state, who are members of a variety of networks, associations, and higher education institutions that you can see on this slide. That said, we're particularly proud of how closely we work with our school districts, not only with executive searches, but also embedded with school districts day to day, working with them hand in hand to attack the important and pressing challenges that they're facing. And that work keeps us connected to the issues that you all face as board members and staff. And that informs our work when we try to select a new superintendent for you. Also, we mentioned our strategic connection with Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Root, and Romo. They serve us really well when it comes time to not only do the identification of candidates because they're out there with the districts and they see the quality of work that happens, but also when it comes time to the background vetting process. So to help us with communicate the 4 stages of our process, we like to use the acronym EAST, and consistent with what you heard and being emphasized this evening. Our process places a premium on gathering input from the district and its community in our engagement phase. And in the next slide, we're going to be fleshing that out a little bit more because this is the phase where we feel like our high level of service truly shines. During the activation phase, we work to attract the deepest and most talented pool possible. And this is where we make use of the extensive statewide network that I spoke to a second ago. During the selection phase, we will work hand in hand with the board to identify the most competitive group of interviewees possible based on the degree to which they match the core elements of the leadership profile, which in turn was based on feedback that we got from you all here in the educational community, and as articulated in that same leadership profile. During that selection phase, you also have the option of performing a validation visit to wherever that successful candidate comes from. And during the transition phase, we stand committed to facilitating a board governance workshop with the board and the new superintendent to build that bridge to that new governance team. And also we're committed to serving as thought mentors for the new superintendent during their first year on the job. During the last slide, I spoke to the premium we place on gathering input to inform our work. The most important message I can convey this evening to you all is that we're going to speak to the board and staff about anyone and everyone that you think can add value and perspective to that effort, and we're going to speak to every one of them. That conversation will happen in a variety of ways. One is through focus groups where we will meet with small groups of employees and interested parties. We will conduct individual interviews, and those conversations happen over the phone, in person, over video conference, whatever that person needs. We're going to meet them where they are and get their feedback. We also will be developing an online survey that'll be available in multiple languages And that leadership profile will be developed from the results of the online survey to validate and finalize it. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mills.
So, thank you, Roger. All this will culminate in a leadership profile report. We'll take the hundreds of people we talked to. We'll take the thousands of people who responded to the online survey, and you're going to have a report that you're going to see, the public is going to see, and all the candidates are going to see. That's going to list the strengths of Burbank Unified. It's going to list the challenges that the board, the district, and the new superintendent will face. And it's going to list the qualities and characteristics you're looking for in a new superintendent. This will be a roadmap document. This will be something the board and the new superintendent can use as you move forward. And again, it can be a public document, so it supports your view of transparency with that. We are going to be doing we think we do our due diligence and research on candidates better than anybody else. It's expensive. We pay for it. It's built into the cost. We want to make sure, and there has been national news on this. There's superintendents who were found out not to be the person they purported themselves to be in the application. We're going to do a thorough background check. We have two outside groups that we do work with on that, so that you know that every candidate you interview is the person that they say they are in their resume and in their application materials. We hope you've read our testimonials that are in there. We hope you call the people that we've worked with. We know they're going to reinforce what we've said about the personal touch, the concierge level service, and the amount of attention we give not only to you, but to every member of your community. We plan on spending a lot of time here, and we can't wait to do that. And finally, why Burbank? You have very high achieving schools. That's going to be an attractive person for anybody. You out loud focus on students who are not meeting standards. People love the fact that that's a clear directive. And you have a strong emphasis on equity and diversity. Your elementary choir has a mission statement, right? Where you talk about how important that means. So it is permeated the entire district. That's a very attractive thing. We believe we can attract a high quality candidate of super high integrity who can lead you for years, and we can't wait to work with you in that process.
I would just add, thank you for having the kids here tonight.
That was great.
That lifted everybody's spirits, not just us, the whole group. It was amazing.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, David. I know, that was impressive. My high school debater heart loves someone who's talking to a timer. We've got one more. Are you going to steal Kelsey's next? Okay.
So everybody just stand.
Well, pass the candy around. It's okay. She's like Dora in that box. There's all kind of goodies and candy. No, it's good stuff.
Hi, welcome. All right, so we've got our tech sorted, Ms. Quiterio. Yeah, all right. Welcome. So I'll let you guys go ahead and start and press the button when you're ready and go ahead and introduce yourselves and get started. Thank you so much for coming.
Hello there. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Penny De Leon, Penelope formally, but everybody calls me Penny. And I am a recently retired 32-year public educator and spent 8 years as both at Union High School District and a Unified School District, and just rejoined McPherson and Jacobson. Really pleased to be here. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I heard you. My name is Ben Johnson. So one thing unique about McPherson is I'm a board member like you. So yeah, I saw some of you probably at CSBA, was there for delegate assembly. And I think the real unique thing about our process is that we both have different lenses as a board member and as a superintendent. Our superintendents are great, but if any of you try to go to the grocery store and get home in 10 minutes, you never make it, right? Because people know you and they see you in the community. So we're gonna focus on a couple things here. We know we have a limited time, but I think there are some things that we heard tonight. And we are a CSBA partner as well, but we also have connections with every other organization. I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna skip through some of these. That's you. You all look fabulous. See, I'm buttering you up, right? But yeah, I know. I think you heard some great things from your students. And that's why we say we're all here. But taking the slings and arrows you took tonight reinforces that's why you're all here, right? It really is about the students. We try to be kind and recognize that people are passionate about things, but it's not about the adults in the room. It's about our children, right? That's why we all do this work. We're not doing it. I think you made a comment of we're not doing it for the compensation. We're doing it because leadership matters. And so what happens at the governance table with the board and your superintendent and your CEO has a direct impact of what happens in the classroom in a really meaningful way. And we know the achievement gap has not moved much in 60 years. And the reason why is we have not taken the time to focus on what's most important. And that shared vision that happens with great leadership does make a difference. So when people dismiss it and don't recognize the impact of what you do, that's why I do this work, is because I've seen districts that have struggled for decades, and having the right leader and the CEO and the board working together in a really short time can make a significant difference. And so we'll talk about that. But we believe every child is capable of a high and deserves a high quality education. I've done probably over 25 searches at districts as small as 125 students and as large as 71,000. And the one thing that's the consistent piece, and we heard it tonight, right, is that you have to have, well, I shouldn't say have to because it's your search. We don't hire superintendents. The board hires superintendents. We don't have a cadre of candidates that we move from district to district to district, a small district, then move to the next district, right? We really focus on making sure that even with your challenges, you're going to get my gut would be you'll probably get 28 to 35 people that will apply for the job here. You can put an ad, your staff could put an ad in EdJoin and EdCal, and you're going to get people that are going to apply. But it's really about fit. That's the key differentiator about making sure that the board's going to be a fit with that candidate, your community is going to be a fit for that candidate, and quite frankly, they have to stay here for enough time to make your investment worthwhile. So we are a nationwide search firm, but we're California based. I live in Riverside. I was in a K-12 district in Alvord Unified, roughly 20,000 students for 21 years. I tried to retire, and then one of my colleagues that was on the county board, they actually retired, and so I've been on the county board for now 4 years. We have 130 consultants across the country. But we have 25 in California, and a lot of boards think that it's important that you have a leader that's based in California, and that's your decision. But leadership is leadership. And so we spent a lot of time with the board in a couple of key areas, and I'll go to that in a minute. But it really is about the criteria that you identify that you want in your next leader. And we spent a lot of time digging into what that means, and not just doing, they have to have this, they have that, but you talking about those things and some of the things that you probably even talked about tonight. The second thing I want to talk about is stakeholder engagement, and everyone says that, but how that happens looks differently. And so it's critical from our experience that when we come into a district of your size, we would probably spend at least a day and a half to 2 days here meeting individually with those groups. So your teachers, your classified employees, your site administrators, different community groups, right? Those groups all have a unique voice. and bundling them all together at a school site or time, you're not going to get this unique message and concerns that those groups have. So that kind of engagement is important. We put all that information into a document for the board to have. Plus, at the same time, actually before that, we'll have an online survey in whatever language you want. And we combine those documents that really adds to what I heard you talk about today too, is a transparent document. And we ask those groups all the same questions. What's good about the community? What's good about the district? What are the unique challenges and obstacles you think the district is facing? And what are the characteristic attributes and traits you want in the next leader? And then we do an executive summary. So you not only see the individual groups, but you see the common themes of those groups. We put it in a document and we ask you to put it online and share it because that's being transparent. And then as you start developing your interview process, that's used to help fuel that process. I'm trying to be mindful of my time. Penny's looking at me, making sure I'm not talking too much.
Was I doing that? No. Well, this next slide, I think, speaks to the quality of the searches done at McPherson and Jacobson. So we did say that we have had over 1,000 successful superintendent searches, and with 130 consultants nationwide, as we said. But what we see as successful is when you get a great fit, and that person can lead sustainability and stability within your district. So we include our stability numbers. That's what we call these. These data reflect how long superintendents stay when they go through a McPherson and Jacobson search because of the quality. We feel the depth, the quality, and the personalization, customization of the search to your district. So 80% of the candidates hired remain in the same position for at least 5 years. 60% for 10. And then this number is remarkable, 40%, 15 years. That goes to what I believe, and it has to do with the thoroughness and the customization and the quality of the search, and how much we really do want to find that person who will lead your district. Because the reality is, especially in challenging times like we're in right now, across the nation, it's going to take time. It's going to take time. It's not going to be a 1 or 2 year thing to turn around any issue you have in a district, right? It takes time. And so that stability we feel is extremely important.
And I'll brag a little bit. My number is 98%. So that piece is important because it's important because you want to make sure your next leader is here for the right amount of time. So I'm going to skip over this. I'm going to kind of jump over some of these slides and really kind of get to our process, because I think our process is important. I've said a couple times it's your search, but there are some things that we know that make a difference, right? And the criteria session is one of the first pieces. And so we have a 5 faiths process. And spending time with you in public, right? It's not a closed session. It's a public session that we talk about that criteria. It's very open. We identify what are those specific things you want in your next leader. Who are the stakeholder groups that you think are important for us to sit down and talk to? Part of what I say usually is though, but think about your search process as an open funnel, right? You want to bring as many candidates in your process to interview. So it allows you to be specific later on in the process. So let's say you want someone that has is that 10 minutes?
That is 10 minutes.
Holy crap. Did I just say, can I get a 30-second?
No, sorry. I have to be mean about this because I was mean to the other people. So, but at this point, David's going to go get everybody else back, and I'm going to allow my colleagues to gather their thoughts about questions. Oh, good. I'm so glad Dr. Weisberg wrote us down. I'm going to see if our singular member of the public has any questions. Do you have a question? Oh, super duper. You want to, I'm trying to think what the easiest way to do this is for Mike. Maybe come use one. I don't know. I don't have a great.
I couldn't see what those were saying.
Yeah.
because we don't have like a handheld mic for that, like for this room. Probably not. I know. We'll just walk around with this giant mic somewhere. So beginning. I know. Look at Cindy. So while Cindy gets our stuff set up, wants to. I think this is probably fine. I'm gonna ask, I have forgotten our friend. Remind me of your name again. Byron, that's right. I'm like, I know it starts with a B. Byron, as our member of the public who is present, do you want to come up to the mic and ask your question? And tell us whether it is a question for all of our presenters or whether it's for anybody in specific. This mic, yeah. And then we'll go move to board questions, but this is our public question portion. Thank you, Byron.
Good evening. It's for all three firms. Don't know who wants to go first, but how many superintendent searches have you done in the last 2 years? Which is the last one you actually have placed? And what district do you see it most closely represents or mirrors Burbank Unified? Sure. How many superintendent searches have you done in the last 2 years? Who was the last superintendent you placed? What district? And what it closely represents Burbank or mirrors Burbank, in terms of size and.
In terms of their their placements in the last 2 years? Okay, great. So I'm gonna let McPherson Jacobson go first since you guys are sitting there. That works. And then we'll just go in reverse order.
The last one I placed was Duarte, so relatively similar size. Yes, how many total searches?
In the last 2 years.
7, maybe 8. And I think that was it, right?
And then his last question was, of the searches in those last 2 years, which of them maybe most closely mirrors Burbank Unified?
So size, I would say Duarte is similar in size, but as far as dynamics, no. No, I would, I'm just being direct, right? There's different issues. So I would say size wise, yes, but I think the piece that we heard about engagement and healing and those other things and how you use the search process to have the kind of discussions the board needs to have to do that process and the transparency that needs to occur. There's other districts I would say that more align that than, yeah.
Great, thank you. I'm just trying to think of how best to do this. Yeah, that's great. Why don't you, can you come to the mic just so that we make sure that we've got it for anybody who's watching on Zoom?
So at ESS, again, we limit our searches every year. And so we've recently done the East Side search up in Lancaster area. I did the Palm Springs unified search. I did the La Cañada search as well. Those are 3 very different districts in Burbank as well. I think that Dr. Rice worked in Ventura Unified, which has a lot of similarities size-wise, I think, to Burbank. I think our search, but firm-wise, Carlsbad has some similarities to Burbank as well. And again, we communicate on all those things. And but it's a great question, and we think we have the experience required to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. The question was last 2 years in the firm, 10 between the 2 search consultants, 3. Yeah, got it. Right. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm going to speak about the firm because, the firm, and you should have a list of these in the proposal completely, but I'm going to try to remember roughly the number. I think we did about 65% of the searches in California over the last 2 years. It's in generally the 60 to 80 range in a year that we do that number of searches. We have about 15 partners that, we assign to the different searches and all that. Myself, and Mark Ecker. Mark has done some searches up in the Bay Area. I just finished West Contra Costa County, which is a tough district, and I think they went out on strike last week. So I've done that. We did Pasadena a couple of years ago in the area, and we've done other districts in the area in the past. We listed all of those in the proposal, but again, as we said earlier, one of the advantages of doing an extensive number of searches is that you meet more people, you meet more candidates, and you find somebody that maybe wasn't the right fit here, but is the one there. And you also learn about variety and difference among school districts. I'm really reluctant to frankly to say which district is like Burbank, because that's not been my experience. It's just been, every district is different. And if you carry the one into the other, you can get yourself in trouble sometimes. So we start fresh in each one. We think we know a lot of people. We can help find good candidates, but I think each district is unique and, roughly in size, we've done it's a proposal. They're all listed by size and all that. So you should have all that information. I don't want to repeat it. Okay.
Great, thank you. And you guys can just stay up there because then maybe we'll do. So Dr. Weisberg, do you want to start with your questions then? We'll move on to board questions. Okay, so now remember, one question at a time. And tell me if you're doing it for all firms or individual firms. Thank you.
All firms.
Thank you.
Okay. So everybody acknowledged that our district has had challenges over the past couple of years. So we're in an interesting moment in our district's history. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how that might change the process for getting community feedback, as opposed to getting that feedback in a district that was in a more maybe mellow space, if it would change it at all, and if so, how?
Well, again, every district has a particular set of characteristics and issues that it's dealing with. I mean, everybody's dealing with funding. There's a whole variety of districts that are dealing with declining enrollment issues and how that. There are districts that are dealing with facilities issues, bonds, and how to pass a bond and those sorts of things. But I think that for this district, what's really critical is to do your homework as a search firm and to do some extensive reading, which we've already started to do, and I think that's reflected in our proposal. I think we're getting a better sense gradually between, reading and watching board meetings, things like that. Who are the key groups, the individuals that are key players here that need to be at the table? Your unions, obviously. There's community groups here. My recollection, I'm sure yours too, is that this is a pretty highly intensive community engagement district. Okay, some districts aren't that way. This one is. So it's really important that provide opportunities for a wide variety of people to participate in the engagement process. But it's also important that you have certain people at the table. And then you, of course, in our meeting with you, one of the first questions we'll ask you is, from your perspective, here's what do you think are the right, you want to be sure is at the table when we talk to them.
It is really important too, and listening to your speakers tonight, I think the process and how you do things and how you are transparent, as to a point, to stay as transparent as possible. But then there is the confidentiality of the candidates. And, if that isn't kept confidential, then there's candidates that won't apply. So it's kind of that thing that you have to see back.
We have a system. We're going to rotate.
It's about being intentional, right? So it is true every district is different, but there are clearly challenges that are obvious and apparent. I think being more thoughtful about I think it's important to be more thoughtful about how do you engage people in a meaningful way, not only from the stakeholder meetings. So I'll use an example. Other districts that have had concerns about transparency, they not only do stakeholder meetings, but they do a community panel and that interviews candidates as well. They don't rank or tell you who you should hire, but some boards have said we want to get another lens as far as potential strengths on those candidates. So I think it's the board having a discussion about how are the ways that you can appropriately, and there was a very good comment about, but who's interviewing and who's applying and those pieces, unless they let people know themselves, has to remain confidential because we want, and I can say this about my colleagues here too, we all want to get you the best candidates possible because it impacts students in a positive way. And so as much as we can help facilitate that, but I think there has to be really a strong concerted effort with like not only surveys, but meetings and doing as much as you can with us publicly to talk about the process and updates and those kind of things are critical to make sure that people feel like you're doing what I know you want to do, is holding an open process.
I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think you never know what kind of participation you're going to get. I understand the problems you're talking about. I don't have your depth of knowledge. We don't have your depth of knowledge of that, but we understand that that might bring out more. But I've been in districts where people love the departing superintendent and the participation is extraordinary. And so we hope it's high. We think you are better if the participation is high. And I think Dr. Rice said it in his part. You tell us to talk to someone, we'll talk to them. I mean, I know in Palm Springs, we talked to the union, I think 4 times. I mean, their union leadership team. So whatever works is what we're going to do.
I would just add that one of the key elements to rebuilding trust through this process is not just the collection of data and feedback, it's what you do with it, right? So, you know, we all may have been a part of a process where people collected information and data and input, and then it went into a black hole. That's not going to happen with the SS, and I doubt it would happen with them. But from our perspective, what we try to do is we try to use the feedback that we get, and we say we're going to do this at the outset. We're going to take your input. We're going to build a leadership profile. We're going to feed it back to you, the board. You're going to tell us, you know, we're going to ask you, did we get it right? And you're going to say, yes, that's the person we're looking for. Or you're going to say, yeah, you missed something. And then we're going to, okay, we'll fix it up and we're going to bring it back to you. And then you're going to say, is this the person you're looking for? And you're going to say, yes, now you have it. That's the person. And then we're going to use that leadership profile to post it publicly so the whole community can see it. Applicants, the board, everybody's on the same page. There's no doubt about what you're looking for and why. And then we also use that, we're going to talk specifics today, but we're going to use that leadership profile to build on the coherence of the whole process by developing screening criteria and interview questions based on that same leadership profile. In that way, the community and the board can be assured that the input that they gave was acted upon and will positively impact the end result.
Do you want to ask?
Yeah.
Just stay there. Sorry, just stay there. Sorry.
Just stay
Very-
there, yeah.
Very informal. I apologize. Please.
So all of you are talking about process. How many have done your homework in terms of what's happening right now and what you should be looking for based on what you just heard tonight? And we're in a very peculiar situation. I mean, and I think it's important. Procedures are great. You can sit here and tell me all night how many people you've gotten. Burbank is unique, so I'm glad we're not comparing it. I know you brought, I might have.
Yeah, you were here, so.
But also my question is, have you done your homework already? What you're seeing right now? I mean, community feedback is one thing, picking the right person is another thing that can handle what's happening. And I give you an example. Burbank's a big city that thinks it's small, kind of that mentality, small town mentality. People like to move here because it's quiet, but it's not a small town. And it is very diverse, and we are at crossroads. Graphics, markets change here very quickly. You know, Netflix just took over Warner Bros. We have an airport that's going to come. It's going to bring in new airlines, going to completely shift the dynamic. I think those are ingredients that really make Burbank in a sense unique, but at the same time very challenging. And then you already got a kind of a taste of expected. Those of you for our times, previous superintendent got here, and Google it was called Buddy's Thursday or something. But hey, I'm sorry, it was no, you can Google it. It's what happened with Matt Hill and the teachers and unions came out. Even though it was recommended by the firm, the pushback was just watch the videos, Google. So I think those are things that I think for me it's important, just taking the uniqueness. Procedure, it's great. We're hearing similar stories, but have you looked into a little bit of homework in terms of, yeah, we are unique, but at the same time, quite complex. It's kind of everything is coming into like meeting point. Can be difficult.
Can I try to rephrase?
Sure.
Would that be okay? Because I think that that's a lot of good context. So I think where we're trying to, what might be helpful, right, is, in your opinion, right, as you are, I think one of the things you said was that you've already had folks reaching out, right? Because Burbank does have a history of really high achievement. And yet we've found ourselves in the last 6 months in a challenging situation, right? And so what challenges do you see in terms of recruiting maybe the right person? Does that capture, I think, maybe what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I'm.
I mean, I already told them what I want, but I think you're maybe wording it in a much more capsule version. It's fine.
No, I mean, we can also say, have you done your homework? But I don't know that that's going to get us also, have you done? Your homework?
I know 10 minutes is short, so I want to hear from you based on what you're seeing and what you heard tonight. Have you had similar cases? Have you had similar cases where in similar situation, not comparing districts, situation?
Okay, I got what you're saying.
Complexity.
Okay.
The nature of changes at your senior cabinet level are pretty extraordinary, right? That's something that I'm sure every firm here knows about, and we're here anyway. I think that we don't claim to understand them. We're both HR people. That's the way we're not supposed to understand them, right? But we know that there are leadership concerns, and that someone who's coming in here better be ready for that. There's the same, the declining enrollment issues, the budget issues, those are not uncommon issues. But we need someone coming in. We believe, and we said this in our presentation, we need to find someone with impeccable integrity, right? Who's ready to come in here and be strong and do what's needed. What I don't know yet is we need a board that's going to work with this superintendent and support that person. Because the changes or the needs are so great that it's going to take a real leadership team effort to make it work. And if we're selected, we're going to get to know you in that process. And one of the things we do is we advise candidates. And I know we all do that, but we serve you, but we want to. If we see a candidate who we don't think is a good match for them, we will dissuade them from applying. We go, this is something that you're not ready for, or whatever the case may be. So this whole process that Roger talked about of information gathering, of engagement, that will help us to find those candidates. There are those people out there. It is good. I mean, it's hard to follow a hero. It's easier to come in and say, this community needs strong leadership, and you can do that. So we're looking for someone who wants to take advantage of a very difficult situation, who wants to find all the good that is in Burbank. And we saw some of that here today as well. And be able to capitalize on that, be strong enough, and then demonstrate again and again and again that they're transparent, that they have integrity, that they have strength, and that they're willing, and that they are working together with the board. That's so key to make things happen here.
I would just add very briefly, because I know our colleagues are waiting to present. I would just add very briefly that in answer to your question, Board President Aghatanian, those people that know me know I'm a detail person, and I've spent the last like 3 weeks every night Googling, reading every one of your press releases, making a spreadsheet with every school's enrollment for the last 10 years.
I believe everything you read.
I have it in my bag if you want to see it, but that's important background data to bring to bear on this. And what I would tell you is my most recent experience in the district that was mentioned earlier, I won't call them out publicly, was very similar to you in the sense that there was changing demographics, great fracturing amongst the staff and the board. In fact, you may read in the newspaper, I'm hearing tonight that a board member may be signing as of tonight, just walked out of the board meeting because it got so heated. So yes, I've been in the kitchen.
Start with the letter P.
It took several iterations to get a vote for that superintendent. So it's I've been there, I've sat there. So we respect the challenges you're facing, but we're pretty confident that we can work with you to find a great candidate who will not just show integrity, but who will show commitment and consistency and stay here.
I think that they said that beautifully. And I agree with everything they said. I also know that there are big issues in this district. And we have worked with districts, not the same, but every district's unique with those things. I also do believe there's so much good things when I've looked through what you've done and read things online and done my homework. There's so many positive things about Burbank. And I think that that's also has to come in through when you're finding someone and the strengths of the things that you really are positive and things you're good at, looking at that candidate's strengths also. I think that's really important.
Superintendency has a particular set of challenges with it as a major leadership position, and understanding the superintendency itself, when the work that involves with the Board of Education, helping the board do their job, leading the school district, kind of the vision, the mission, the core values part of building a strong organization. Those are important parts of the superintendent's job. One part that doesn't get the attention that it deserves, and I'm particularly mindful of it, is the more I've learned about this, is what I'm going to call the management part of the job. There are the issues that have jumped out to me. The fiscal stability and the challenges they're severe. The changing demographics in the district, the need to build bridges with the community, which is great. Some of those are getting fractured a little bit. Knowing who your education partners are in your community. That requires a set of what I'll call political skills that a superintendent needs to have. But I think particularly important here, based on what I know so far, there's a lot to learn. What I'm going to call the systems and structures part of management, building the right systems in structure, in HR, in finance, building those right systems. And then what are the organizational structures that you need to have in place that bring you in strong support leadership over time? And that's critical. So this, sometimes some districts will tell us, we want a superintendent, basically you can blow the place up and start over. Okay, you don't even want to go close to that.
You want another, sometimes you want a superintendent come in, everything's just great here, just keep it going. And this isn't that one either. You know, there's a set of challenges here. But somebody that can figure out what are the right challenges are, prioritize, help you prioritize what's really important that we deal with right now, but keeping the systems lens on it. If we do this in HR, how does that affect curriculum and instruction? If we do this in curriculum instruction, how does it affect the finance? And that's where you have to build your strong team as a superintendent, because you need help in those areas. You can't know everything about everything, but you have to know enough to get the right people in there and get the right people on the bus and getting them in the right seats. Okay, that's really critical right now. And also the part about knowing how to prioritize, what are the right challenges we have to face right now. There's a lot to do. This is why sometimes, a lot of us, if you can go to a district where you can, watch for 3 months and learn and take notes, that's great. But there's a sense of urgency here that's higher than in some other places. And I think when you do your interviewing and when we develop that key document, the position description, conveying that sense of urgency, but building on the strengths that are there will be really important. And we need to keep those lenses on when we recruit and find candidates for you to look at.
Thank you. All right.
It's hard to go last with these folks, man. Our colleagues. That's fine.
So the question about did we do our homework? And yeah, we did our homework, but we did our homework, but we don't hire your superintendent. That's your job. So the important piece, and I say that because it really is critical that we can do all the homework, we can do all, but you sitting down as a governance, as a leadership team and developing your profile or the criteria, whatever you want to call it, based on the stakeholder feedback, based on what you hear from your community, based on your discussions together as a board. And it's critical those discussions happen with you as a board together is a first phase, right? We talked about our 5 different phases, and that first phase of you building that criteria is how you determine what you want in your next leader. And then our phase 5, which happens after you hire your superintendent, is developing goals and very specific objectives. That's part of the search process, because in order for that person to be successful, you can't just hire them and then kind of go off and wish and hope and a prayer, right? You have to sit down, and there was some great discussion. I think it's important to articulate. There were some great comments from each of you about things you wanted to see, but those things should all be built in your governance calendar. So you're not asking for those things. Those things are built into a schedule and a timeline. So all your goals and all your priorities are already identified. And in February, you're going to talk about budget. And in March, you're going to talk about special ed, whatever those things that this board determines is important to you. And then staff isn't trying to get something done at a particular time. So I think if you follow those 2 pieces, it gets you focused on what's the most important. And then we talked about the stakeholder feedback document. That is a formal document with online, using those pieces to kind of really come up with what your community is also giving you feedback of what they want to. And I didn't say this earlier, but we're so confident if you had somebody leave within 2 years, we come back and do the search at no cost to the district. That's how confident we are in our process, that makes sure that your leader stays here and does the work you need them to do. And I probably forgot something. So.
Everybody has said, everything is spot on, all of our colleagues. What I do want to add is, having been a superintendent who did come into a district that was actually in a similar situation as this, the whole process revolved around what they really needed. And I can tell you that I think I had 4 or 5 questions about integrity, honesty, community building, relationships, all of those pieces. And it was probably, I've been superintendent in more than one district, and that was probably the most difficult of all of the district in terms of interviewing process because, and I knew from the get-go, I had done my research, but the district had done, the governance team had done their research. And they really, through those questions, were able to get at exactly who I was as a person, because it's not just about the professional side, it's about the person. Who is that person? What is their character? Do they have the stuff? Do they have what it takes to be able to lead us through what it is we need to be led through? Every district is distinct. I've seen a range, just as our colleagues said, there's a range. But I can tell you that the more you are able to really delve down into what it is that you need, what it is that person needs to be as a person, besides, I think for me, the number one thing is a kid person. Someone who just absolutely adores kids and is willing to go through tough times for those kids. And that's their bottom line. Their bottom line is that every conversation comes back to how does this decision affect kids? And you need to be able to elicit that from your superintendents. And that really comes down to how thorough the process is, your criteria, your profile, even down to us helping you get to the exact right questions. Not questions that, we have a database where we use the same 10 questions every time. No, I can tell you when I interviewed in a similar situation, those were not your standard questions. Those were detailed, specific to the district and to the needs of the actual character of the person that they wanted there and what they specifically said. And so those things we can do for you. Those things we're confident in. That is part of what creates the stability in the candidates that come through our process, is that they stay. And again, as Mr. Johnson said, if it doesn't work out, we come back and do it for free, because we take that time to make sure, absolutely sure, that you get not just the right leader, not just the right superintendent, the right person inside for kids. So thank you.
And I'll add just one more thing. Past performance is an indicator of future performance, right? So it's not just what people say, but when you do reference checks, background checks, and research, what have they actually really done?
Thank you for that. Oh, I'm a doctor now. It must be after 9 o'clock. Thank you all for that. I think that was super helpful. I do want to, one thing that is also particular to us, in addition to the last 6 months, is that we do have a person of high integrity that we have been lucky enough that has been serving as interim for the last 6 months. And we're incredibly lucky that Dr. Macias has stepped up. And as you heard him say tonight, he intends to apply to the job. And one of the things that is important to me, and I think to other board members as well, is that we treat that situation with the care and respect that is afforded to him as a great instructional leader of our district. And so I just want to hear about how that has looked for your firm in the past, where you have had someone who is serving as interim in the pool, and also how you have advised boards when that's the case. Because, this is someone that I care about deeply.
Well, he has a great fashion sense and bow ties. So but the respect piece is you don't do courtesy interviews for candidates, right? That's the first thing, right? You interview internal candidates and give them the same respect and integrity you would anybody else, and you protect as much as you can. Like if he didn't say that, we wouldn't tell anybody they were applying unless they wanted it to be known. So I think that as with any candidate, we show them the same respect and dignity in the process, because especially in his situation, he's doing the work now, right? And he's connecting with people, and and building trust and building bridges. And those are all things that I would think you would want in your leader. So that is a board decision though, right? It's not our decision. The board tells us when we bring you a short list of candidates and, the large group that apply and moves to the group that you want to interview, you tell us. So in our process, you get to see everybody that applied. So even if we bring you a group of people and you're like, well, why isn't this person in the process? That's not our decision. That's your decision, right? To interview who you want to interview. And if you don't like someone that we bring forward, you don't have to interview them. It's your process. So does that answer your question about showing respect to your?
I think in most districts, where there is an interim or where there's qualified senior cabinet members, you usually have someone who's applying for the job. An interim, it can be a great opportunity because they've learned the district, the board's got them to watch them perform the actual job. And so it can be very helpful with that. I agree with what Mr. Johnson said. We're not going to publicize that someone's applying for the job, but if they are, then you're putting it out there. It takes some courage to do that. But in the end, going back to our process, we're not we don't want to ask any member of the public about a candidate. However, we do ask every group we talk to and every individual, are there people you think we should be talking to as candidates for superintendent? So you will have that feedback from that question that we always put out there. But in the end, you're going to be looking at perhaps people who've already served in the superintendent for a long time. You're gonna be looking at people who may be a great fit for your district. And it's a very difficult decision the board makes. What we promise, and that we take great pride in this, is that if the person gets the job, we're going to support them in the work that they're going to do. If they don't get the job, we're going to support them as well. That's a difficult phone call, but it's the phone call most people get, right? Because most people don't get that job. And so let's talk about what fit wasn't there. Let's talk about, and there are some parameters with that, but we often meet people that it didn't work out now, but it's going to work out in the future for them. And we take great pride in rooting for those people and helping them. Even when we're not doing the search, we say this could be a great fit for you and help them to find a place in the future. But we'll take great care.
I think part of your question was how have other districts handled that situation? And again, in the last search that we successfully placed someone, they were in exactly that situation. I can tell you how they handled it. But first, I want to go back to something your association president spoke this evening. And what they said was, although we don't have an official statement supporting the interim superintendent, we want it to be an open and competitive process. And then if he comes through that process, he will be even higher in the esteem of everybody, knowing that he's earned this position through the quality of his work and his character. What I would say about other districts, including the one I just worked in to place that superintendent, is moving forward, they excused the interim superintendent from confidential conversations that might give them an advantage. The last thing you want to do is have Dr. Macias sitting in a closed session where we're talking about what you're looking for in a superintendent, what the interview questions should be, and who else applied, right? Like that's the last thing you want, because then there's this aspersion about him having an advantage. So that's how other districts handled it, in my experience. And in that case, the incumbent decided to leave. They were not selected by the board. And so the incumbent served out the rest of their semester and decided to move on. So sometimes those choices and those decisions made by the board have consequences for out on saying.
I think all of us who have been superintendents don't really realize what the job is until you sit in the chair. And you think, you You think you know what it is. You've worked on a cabinet. I was in curriculum instruction, assistant soup for 5 years. And I thought I knew the job and I had no idea what the job really was. And so I think, it's kind of a culture. It's either you don't know the culture, you don't know the job, you know the culture and not the job. And so it's an advantage to know the culture and to have been in the job. But also there's candidates that will come forward that will have a different view for you. So it is your decision. It is what you want it to be. But it is the job of superintendent is something that's very hard to explain to anybody until they've sat in a seat. And you may have candidates that have been superintendents and are moving from another district. So they know what it is to be sitting in the seat, as you do now that you've been sitting.
Years ago, I attended a meeting of statewide superintendents meeting. And the moderator of the meeting was a longtime experienced superintendent, asked, if you've been a superintendent for 10 years, stand up. If you've been 5 years. So we all stood up at different points, but this one guy didn't stand up. And so Bill, who was the moderator, called on him and said, how come you didn't stand up? He said, well, I'm an interim superintendent. And Bill Cunningham looked at him and said, we are all interim superintendents. So that little message stuck with me over the years. We've done a number of searches it's a good, first of all, let's look on it as a good thing that we have candidates within the district that are qualified for and interested in the superintendent position. Because, ideally, you would need somebody like us with succession plan. If there's a good succession planning process, and a lot of organizations have that, that you take these steps and it kind of falls into place. But that's not the situation here, okay? So you're going to go through a process. In the past, we've done this, and most recently, we just finished the search in Elk Grove, which is one of the largest districts in the state. And they had interim candidates from within that applied for the position. They went through the whole process. Everybody agreed at the beginning, and which was pointed out, that going through a process can help your credibility when you get the job eventually. I went through nobody just anointed me. I went through a competitive process. Now, sometimes that's hard for somebody inside to understand that, to get that, because, do as many searches as we've done. There's a lot of variations on the theme. But the fact of the matter is, we want good candidates from within the district to apply. We want them to go through a competitive process. What we've done in the past in some cases, and this is, every search, something different happened you didn't anticipate. But let's say we went through the community engagement process. And the board feels at the end of that, we have a person in here that can do that. If you make that decision at that time to put the brakes on, then we price the whole thing differently. And we respect that decision and all that. So there's a checkpoint in the system. Let's say you decide to go forward, and there are good reasons to do that. Then the next decision that you have to make is, when you see the whole list of candidates, where do if you want us to rank the candidates, all of them, including we will do that. And then you decide which one, you have the final say always on which candidates you want to invite for an interview. So there's steps along the way in the process. You should know as a board that when one of the first questions somebody from the outside will ask us they'll know that you have an interim superintendent. And that'll be one of the first questions, they'll say, is the interim going to apply? And then they'll try to prime us, probe a little bit and say, and our standard response is, we do not discuss what individual candidates are going to do or not do, okay? We just don't do it. if an interim if you've said public that you're going to do this, so that's out there, and that's fine. That we just understand, but there will be some people that will be just a little, that will be reluctant to apply if they think that the job is wide. So assuming you go forward, what we have to say to the board, and we have to say it honestly, and that, no, this is an open process. The board is dedicated, they're given the situations in the district and the challenges they face. They need somebody that can do this, and this. And they want to be sure they have the best candidate. And guess what? The interims understand that as well. Everybody, because he's been part of the process. So it's being honest with people going forward. It's giving you options to do things at different points along the way. I remember one search we did in the large urban. We didn't at that time, we didn't rank the interim candidate in the tiers. And the board members said, how come we didn't do that? And they said, well, we thought, your interims, person better than we do. And so she pressed us on that. And she was right. She said, no, we need to know where you would rank this person. So that was a lesson learned for us. And we've done that since. And so we'll look at everybody. We will rank the candidates. You make the decision who you're going to invite. It does impact the process. Okay. And you need to understand that. And we will adjust as we go along. And first of all, when we meet with you first time, we'll talk about this issue. One of the things we do is we have a little closed session meeting where we ask you, are there people you want us to consider for the position? That somebody you may have met or something like that. Okay. And then after the community engagement, we ask the same questions that were just mentioned. Is there anybody that you think we ought to be recruiting or seeking for the superintendent? We ask that to me. We'll share that information for you. Then that's another checkpoint where you can make a decision on whether you want to go forward or not. So that's it. Okay.
Thank you so much. You had one more question, I think? Oh, okay.
It's quick.
All right. I'll hold
I
you to it.
promise. This is literally sort of a point of clarification. I believe you had said that it won't be the two of you leading the search. It's going to be somebody else in the firm.
No, the two of us, there's three of us. Mark.
Person in Europe.
Yeah. And Mark, by the way, is on FICMAC. Mark's background is school business.
Okay.
He is a CBO before he became a superintendent. That was an intentional addition to the team. That we have one of us with a really strong fiscal background. And he's on FICMAC now. So just so you know that. It's the three of us.
Thank you. And so that's the point of clarification too, is everybody in this room going to be the people who would work with us, or are you bringing somebody else within your firm?
No, we asked, we have, 30 other partners in the organization. We asked them for the names of candidates.
Right.
That's the strength of our firm with the history we've had and the number of people. But the three of us are the permanent people on the search. We're the ones that are accountable. We report to you.
Yeah, I think I heard from everybody that there was maybe like some kind of additional folks, maybe helping coordinate schedules and things like that, but that these are the primary search contacts.
Yeah, executive assistants. Yeah. Okay.
Anything else from my colleague?
Just a thank you.
Yeah, I know it's late, guys.
Huge thank you.
So I know it is late. And what I would like for us to do, is to, at this point, talk about a selection. So that is what we are supposed to do tonight, is choose from these three firms so that we can award a contract at the next meeting so that we can get started in January. I'm also cognizant of the fact that it is 9:30. But that was the timing that we had set up for so that we can get a contract to be able to be signed next week.
I'm comfortable having the conversation now. I'd also be comfortable giving ourselves a couple of days to think if people feel they need it and making the decision on the 18th, but I really don't. I think perhaps tonight makes more sense so that we don't prolong the process and get to work.
Yeah, I just don't know that we can prolong it because it's not like we can put a a contract without a name on it on the agenda for the 18th.
Right, that's why I was saying, I think probably tonight.
Well, I think we need to discuss do you have do you have a preferred firm of the three that you heard from? I mean, so here's what I can kind of talk through.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all public record, but yeah, sure. You're like, I would be more comfortable if I left. That's fair. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciated all of the presentations.
Thank you.
I know, right? No, so I think I'm really thankful that we had three really qualified firms. I thought they all had very thoughtful responses and had thought about our particular situation and not a dud to be found. What I will say is that in talking to other board members locally in our 5-Star Coalition and some other folks at CSBA, I've heard, like I've certainly gotten recommendations for ESS and leadership associates more from those folks. That said, I like the approach of McPherson Jacobson, where it is a partnership between a board member and a superintendent. I do think that is like a really interesting approach that they have. The financials are not wildly different on these, though McPherson Jacobson is the lowest priced proposal. By like about $10,000, right? So I think that one's about 10,000, or sorry, 20,000. The other two are like 34-ish, if you have it in front of you.
Yes, so ESS is 34,900. Leadership Associates is 34,500 and McPherson is 21,000 something. Did I get that wrong?
No, you're right. It's because I remember as I was going through them, that's a substantial difference. I was like, is this?
Leadership.
Leadership Associates, ESS.
ESS, and then
Yeah.
McPherson.
So are we going to just kind of follow your model of just each of us kind of sharing thoughts and comments?
That would be great. I would love to hear everybody's thoughts and
too.
comments
Yeah.
if the vice president is amenable to it. Yeah.
Did you have anything else?
No, I think, like I said, I don't know that I have a clear preference. I think coming into it based on looking at the proposals and my conversations with felt like board colleagues across the state, I think I was coming into it thinking that I think I probably preferred ESS when I looked at my rankings, right? And I enjoyed their presentation. Again, I think that I enjoyed all three of their presentations though. So I'm not against any of them, so. Right, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to share your thoughts next? Okay, I'll go next then.
Okay.
I kind of thought that ESS and McPherson, I appreciated their timelines that they wrote in their contract. They didn't actually go through this tonight, but the Leadership Associates extended into like June. Whereas the selection process for ESS and McPherson was like, we have our candidate wrapped up, almost ready to go end of March, April. And that really stood out to me. It's kind of ironic. I did my own kind of research to some network and friends. I did get pretty glowing reviews for McPherson. Yeah. And I also, a part of kind of the state and national networking, something that was important to me was a national network. Because as like, obviously California is so unique. But I agreed with McPherson in that like, a strong leader is a strong leader. And I appreciated that they have a stronger national background, and so does ESS. So for those two reasons, kind of entering this and ESS for me stood out because they do have that association with AALLR, which I think is very valuable from a legal standpoint. So yeah, those were the things that stood out to me, but genuinely, they all did a fabulous job responding. I would be happy to work with all of them. But yeah, those are some of the nuggets I kept.
I'll go. Yeah. I was tied between leadership now associates and ESS. Now, interestingly, in terms of the national search, I heard all three of them basically say they had national connections. And the thing I did like in terms of with leadership associates is that they did that post-hiring support, which they kind of built. Nobody else said that though, did they?
It was in their contracts that they all do some kind of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But they just didn't mention it then. Okay, so. in
Yeah,
terms of-
but that was important for me too. Yeah.
Okay. And like I say, they did sound very similar. You know what I mean? They all are going to do an online survey. They all are going to go. So I don't know. Does it come down to who do we feel most comfortable working with? I did like that leadership associates knows the area, knows us. I mean, Jim Brown being over at Glendale knows Burbank. So I think that was something that I thought was kind of for me in their favor, and that they know the community. Plus, I said if they go with an in-house then they stop all the process and change the price.
Well, they said we could at any point basically stop, which I will say he mentioned La Cañada, which worked. So ESS came
ESS.
recommended to me from La Cañada, which they had started their process for a new superintendent because their superintendent was going to retire, and then the Eaton fire happened. They had done all of the process for community engagement, and then their superintendent decided to stay.
Yeah.
And so they essentially paused their search. But she still came, or the firm still came highly recommended, different consultants, but they really enjoyed their time with ESS. Same with South Pasadena. So like it was 2 of our 5-star folks worked with them. The other thing that I'll say about leadership associates, because I do think there is value in the consultants having knowledge, like having some local connections. I will also say when we looked back at the last time we did a search, and to be clear, the last time we did a search, the superintendent was here for almost 8 years. So by most measures, that was a very successful search. That was a time of stable superintendent. That search was done by leadership associates. And based on the board minutes, the reason that firm was chosen was because literally in the minutes, it's like, it's not that we can't choose someone that's all California. We need not even just someone who's Southern California, not even someone who's LA County, but someone who is like hyper local, right? And I want to make sure, I do think that there is some value in understanding how things work in California, because like California is a little bit tricky. And most of it can be learned. But I do worry a little bit about that. I do worry a little bit about that piece with, I don't know. I think
they do have nationwide consultants. So
they do have nationwide consultants. I just think I think it's worth, it's a noticing that I had, was that we had worked with them in the past. And I think like it's worth saying.
Wait, just to recap, you're saying it was a positive thing.
Not necessarily.
not,
I'm
yeah.
saying- I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know. Like I'm saying,
It's just general noticings.
general noticing that we have worked with them in the past. It was a successful search by most measures. And yet I think that was in some ways a controversial superintendent, right? And so, when that superintendent's contract was signed, we had our Burbank Teachers Association out in full force protesting. And so like, would I say that was necessarily successful community engagement? Now, again, that was in 2015. So it was 10 years ago. It could be very different people, but like, and it was a totally different board, right? And so like, did they did they bring the community along in that search? Probably not. But like, was that Leadership Associates' fault? Also probably not. But like, it is a noticing that was like, while it turned out to be a very stable placement, I don't know that it was the right choice for us.
But you know what I would say is I think that's something that we need to keep always be cognizant of is that we are telling them what we need. And if we're not clear, if we do not communicate clearly to them, then they're not going to know. So like I said, yes, they know the area, but that doesn't mean that they know exactly who we need.
Yep.
So it's going to be, it's on us.
You want to go? I'll go after.
So they all sounded similar. The price difference is significant. I have worked in a sense of known one of the organizations for the former. We agree. Right, you said they did the last one.
Yes.
Later. They picked someone pretty local. Yeah. I mean, at this point for me, they all sounded similar. I'm really looking at cost. Such a difference. For me, every dollar we're gonna save on the process when they sounded so similar.
What are you thinking? You just want to go with the lease?
Then
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, your turn.
Okay, so I want to kind of echo what Vice President Ponser-Kamker said. I actually do have some pretty serious reservations about Leadership Associates deep connections to Burbank. I think one of the things that's really important is that we have fresh perspective. And I'm not saying that they wouldn't bring it. They're clearly experienced. They're clearly well-versed. They clearly do searches nationally. But I don't think that it was a far enough away memory that people will not perhaps bring a level of distrust. Because look, fundamentally, the board voted for Dr. Hill. It wasn't Leadership Associates, right? They brought forward candidates and whatever the conversation was around it. So like, I'm not saying they're at fault for that, but I am saying that they carry with them a different weight that perhaps ESS and McPherson doesn't. And I think that's worth talking about. So that was a note I made when I read their RFP and also again tonight. So that was a big takeaway for me about Leadership Associates. Something that McPherson said that, because I thought a lot about when I read the proposals, like, why is this so much less money? I think he's Dr. Johnson. He said, he said something tonight about how we'll be here for 1 to even 2 days talking with community members. And that was a significantly smaller amount of time than the other two firms talked about. So that, I wonder if that has something to do with it. Something I noted about ESS, I wrote this with I said 80% of their application wasn't employee resumes. So they had a much more robust submission to us than the other two did, because I would say 80% of the other two applicants, it was like the resumes of their people, which is valuable. And I ranked these three as my top three. But I think that something else I liked about their application, they didn't talk about it tonight, but they talk about a confidential weekly status report that gets sent to us to keep us appraised of progress and provide reminders of upcoming search activities. And it isn't necessarily to say that the other ones don't do that, but they didn't talk about it in their proposals. And I think we as a group are very hungry for consistent updates and information. And it's nice to see that represented in the presentation. So I think it's sort of an embarrassment of riches. Like, we're not going to go wrong with whoever we choose. I think if my feet were being held to the fire, I would go with ESS, with leadership being my very close second and McPherson being third, just again, because I think that the network and the thoroughness for me speaks volumes. And again, it weighs on me that that Leadership Associates does bring with them through no fault of their own, the relationship they've had previously with the district. And again, like that's not their fault, but it is a reality. So I think those were my thoughts. Give me one, I just want to make sure.
So VP Cam card, do we vote now? We go 1, 2, 3, or just one?
We can only award the contract to one firm. Ms. Connor, remind me who your top choice was? You're not sure?
Yeah, I'm still trying to get in.
I think I'm ESS McPherson, then Leadership Associate.
Wait, hold on, what?
But I also I liked, I'm thinking about, what Dr. Arcani was saying about cost. I'm thinking about the recommendations that Ms. Olson got from folks. And I think that we could very much work with those folks.
Yeah.
So if people feel very strongly about McPherson Jacobson, I could very easily submit that.
Can we all share our ranks? Because I feel like it would probably,
But she's ESS McPherson Leadership. What about you?
I would say McPherson ESS Leadership.
Okay, what about you? Okay, McPherson ESS.
ESS McPherson Leadership.
I would do ESS, Leadership McPherson.
That's great. ESS it is, right? Did that?
No, I was just keeping track of mine.
ESS was the top two for all of us, but it was the first choice for 3 board members.
Yeah.
Did I get that right? It's very late.
You said McPherson was your.
I said McPherson
Yes, but
ESS.
you were ESS.
Hey, Cindy, is you to record it?
No, she's not recording this.
Would you say
It's not a real-
there's 3 ESS? Yeah, so
Thank you.
that's the
Okay.
majority.
So that's it.
Is that,
ESS.
so?
Yeah.
Okay,
Done.
is that what we want to do?
Amazing.
So
Let's,
then can
move on.
someone move in second?
Can we negotiate the cost? No?
No, because when they submitted the RFPs, we were voting contract. If you read through it, they written down. One of the things that you could do about all, there weren't. So that.
What to 16,000?
we already.
Okay.
No, I mean, that's.
Is it?
that's a fair Conversation,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, if we are going to be spending any money, right? Because basically the feedback we're getting is not, I want you to go with the least expensive. At least the feedback that I've gotten from community is don't spend anything at all,
Yeah.
right? Like don't do the search.
Oh, that's not what I've gotten. It's been a whole mix.
Well, so no. I meant the feedback about not doing the search was like, just don't do it at all. It was, I didn't get any feedback about,
dollar.
right. It was either do it or don't do it at all, not like do it, but find the cheapest person. So I do think that for me, it feels important to be able to say we made an intentional choice, not just that we chose the cheapest. And look, if we went with McPherson, it's not a negative, but it's hard to say like what the motivating factor for the final choice was that it was cheaper than the other two. Like that feels.
I mean, for me, that sounds similar, so I'm just going, they were almost, I mean, again, this.
I just think for me, there's substantive differences.
Okay.
I'm one of us. So there's 4 other people and
I'm pulling up what I did for rankings.
Here's the thing. It's, oh, wait,
Aaron's got a question.
Iron has something to say. Yeah, please. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know.
Sorry, I went.
I mean, all 3 of them are. They're good. Let me finish my sentence. I agree, but I'm thinking if we do want to think about fiscally in terms of then, you know.
You're right.
We all ranked them though. So I'm like, do we want to change it? Like, or is it official?
By RFP.
Oh,
Um,
I see what you're saying.
yeah.
Okay.
My evaluation ranking.
Yes.
I mean, it was like very small difference, right? We were just talking, we are discussing. I'm just looking through. Or Merritt Wilson, tell me what if you don't mind sharing, if any of the specific recommendations that you heard about McPherson Dickinson.
This was also on a list of people that was recommended by some people that I called. It wasn't
Okay.
solely McPherson.
Okay.
Leadership Associates was only mentioned once. I also was taking a look personally at the police people that they've placed and the recommendations. And I just know a lot of those people and I can vouch for them. That was another piece of it. I've met some of those superintendents. I've dealt with some of those people. So some of my engagement when I was going through the process had to do with making a call to CASA, the California Association of Superintendents and Administrators. The California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators. It's such a mouthful. And asking, hey, have you worked with people? What do you like? It was things like that. And then just kind of reviewing those types of lists. I hope that gives a little bit more clarity as to how that ranked it for me.
I'm looking through both sets of notes I took.
I guess where I have heard that, it's funny because I was talking to a board member from the South Bay and she actually didn't even remember the firm that they used. She was just like, I've got to give you the name. I'll figure it out, whatever it is. They did such an amazing job with community engagement. And I was like, oh, well, is it one of these 3? Because these are the 3 that we're talking about. She's like, no, it wasn't any of them. It was this guy. And then I was like, I'm pretty sure that it was ESS. And she's like, no. It was It was this guy. He's super local. He really got into the community. I was like, listen, you are on their list of they've done your superintendent search. She was like,
them.
oh, you're right. Yeah, definitely it was ESS. But I will say that if our concern is community engagement and getting a lot of feedback about what the community wants, that I think that they are the choice. And I think that is where I'm gonna land.
Can I add something about ESS?
I think that is where I land.
Yeah, I think that's totally valid.
The other things I noted about tonight that stood out to me is they were the only firm to talk about our commitment to student achievement and equity and diversity. And that those are huge focus points for us. And so I appreciated them bringing that up. I also like that they don't do a ton of searches. I think that and they talked at the beginning about, you know, they're the only place that makes hire and departure data public. And so if we're not only looking for community engagement, but sort of immediate transparency, but I think they all, to Dr. Agakanian's question, they all did their homework, right? Like, I think it's pretty clear that they did, but I think that their ability to hone in on two areas that I know are board priorities and are also district staff priorities feels relevant in the decision-making process. And I liked even though it was like, okay, but I liked the sort of Trader Joe's talk to everybody as many times. I mean, I think we need people that are true like community builders and are going to be willing to meet with our unions 4 or 5 times if necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, I do agree, but to me is it worth the difference? Because
yes,
you can go back and tell my choice, this is what we also want, more emphasis. And that's part of contract negotiation. It's not worth the difference in the cost, especially right now that we're trying to save every dollar. As is, we have to go through this process. So to me, is it worth the difference?
Well,
It's
then
a
I
big
think,
difference.
but then how do you say to somebody, well, we chose them because they didn't cost as much?
No, because they're very similar. And if there was nothing for me at least that makes the gap worth the difference. It's a big jump. It's a 10,000 difference.
But if you look at the cost proposal for McPherson Jacobson, right? It's very specific about what it covers, right? It literally is 2 days. Oh, of course, now my thing crashed. It's 2 days, 2 days of in-person meetings. That is not, we're going to talk to people as often as you want or as many times as you want. Online educational partners input surveys using K-12 Insight, final report delivered to board by email and 1 hard copy per board member if discussed. If the district requests additional education partner input days, there will be an additional fee
They're the
negotiated
only one with the
between
additional fees.
the district and the consultants and additional expenses. Depending on the languages selected for the surveys, there may be additional fee charged for translating the results of the survey.
So that eats up that 10 grand in like 5 minutes.
Okay. I mean, look, it looks like ESS, and I did like the energy level with ESS. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And I think they're boutiques, so maybe once we get it, we can also ask them to more. To me, it's also how adaptable they are to requests, where sometimes you get companies that give you this and that's it, and every change is going to cost you an extra 5,000.
Well, that's McPherson.
That's not what I heard from them. And I think what I appreciated about them was that I heard once the selection is made or once we make a decision, is that they're going to work with us to level set on governance, which I think is super important, that there's going to be some ongoing help there. I think also, I think with any of these folks, but I think with ESS in particular, I think they're going to really focus on giving us some very
hugs.
No, some feedback we may need to hear, right? Okay. They will care about us enough to give us the feedback we may need to hear. So I'm going to move that we award the contract to ESS.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye. Hey, did it, guys.
All right. Sorry. Thanks, guys.
Oh my gosh, they're still here.
Can you just go tell them?
Item.
Yeah. I will say something very nice. Oop, my mic is still. We had a long conversation.
No, the thing was, my aid, I've been also in same town in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So that crazy.
Oh my goodness.
I could say something. All right. I just want to say thank you so much to all. Guys, all of you did such a wonderful job. Responses to the RFP were wonderful. That's why it took so long, because it took to make. No, that it doesn't matter who we choose. Especially the start of it. I just wanted to say that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Echo the same sentiment that I wanted to say.
Yeah, as Mr. Gertler was saying, like, it was a hard decision because we felt like we were choosing between a lot of really great firms. And so just really appreciate the time that you all put forward in the RFPs and the presentations tonight and answering our many questions really thoughtfully. And we are really excited to move forward and work with ESS. So thank you. Congratulations. And it was really lovely to meet you all and hear from you. And I hope we meet again soon. Thank you.
We'll be thinking of you.
Thanks, Miguel. And we all know each other. We all love each other. We have great respect for each other. I mean, we feel honored and you had great choices.
Doing my job.
You did a great job.
I will be in touch. I'll say. Or the contract.
Thanks. Dude, you're talking a lot.
13D. Approval of the fiscal state.
I just want to say something super, super fast because I didn't say it on the mic, which is I just want to say a huge thank you to David. This was a huge lift at a time where he is doing a whole bunch of other things that probably aren't his job. So it was a lot of work. And I am deeply appreciative to you for putting together all of the information, for walking us through the process of how to like read it and rank it, for being here tonight. It was a really huge amount of work for a really important moment for us. And I know I speak for all of us when I say we're very indebted to you and your team for making this difficult process as easy as I think it was. That's it. Just wanted to say that.
You're great, David. Thank you. Get some rest.
All right, thank you, David. All right, 13D. Approval of the fiscal.
Yeah.
Approval of the fiscal stabilization plan required by LA County Office of Education based on an adopted budget.
Do we want to wait or?
I think you can probably like get started.
Okay, sure. Yes, sure. So the FSP being presented tonight is for a 4-year plan. And really this approach, usually you're not required to provide kind of a 4-year estimate. But we were internally talking about, well, what does it take to kind of reduce deficit spending to the point where we are either equal to or spending less than what we're bringing in. So the goal of this is that over the next 4 years, we would eliminate deficit spending. So at least be equal to what we bring in. Eventually, at some point, it'd be nice to bring in more money than we actually spend, but we would, this is at least to get us to that equal baseline. So again, it's a 4-year plan, equates to 10.4 million in totality. There's a couple things on the plan that were already part of a multi-year plan. And so ever since I've been here, we've been presenting an FSP to the board with our interims, with our adopted budget. So I do want to say, because, you know, there's a lot.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, there's a lot of community kind of input related to this. And we're not a unique district to have to present an FSP. We've presented one pretty much every time I've presented an interim in my 2 years here.
That's what I wanted to
Same with adopted budget. Anytime that you are close to a 3% in your second out year, you are going to have to present one. Not just us, again, across California.
And just as a point of clarification for people for whom like this is kind of new, 3% is like the base threshold of what our reserve can be. And so that's why there's always the anxiety to say like, okay, well, what plan do you have in place?
Yes.
If we were in a luxury land, like we would be closer to a 10% reserve, but that's not the reality. I think most districts at this point.
Yeah, it is absolutely not the reality. And I'm going to get, once we actually go over first interim, which is the next PAI, I'm going to talk a little bit about the difference between cash and fund balance, because the 3% reserve is our fund balance. And so I think that's a really important clarification that publicly people need to hear. We've been talking about it a lot internally, but publicly people need to understand that concept. Oh yeah, sure.
You need to finish with that, Dr. Bell.
No.
So the fiscal stabilization plan gets us to our 3% reserves in the third year, but it doesn't get us to not deficit spending in the third year. Is that
Not,
right?
not in the third, but presumably by that fifth year, because again, this is a 4-year plan. Really by the fifth year, once this is fully implemented, then we shouldn't be. Again, all of this is based on a lot of assumptions, which we'll get into during first interim, but assumptions are based on the California School Services team provides a dartboard, 2 or 3 times a year. A lot of those have revenue projection, COLAs for our revenue. So all of these factors are at play. If right now we're assuming a 3% COLA next year for revenue. If that's not funded, unfortunately, this will have to shift. And so the reality is the reason why we have an adopted budget, unaudited actuals, audited actuals, first interim, second interim, is because as these assumptions shift, we have to come back to the table. And so I don't want the community to say, well, you promised this 10.4. This 10.4 is based on the assumption that things are staying status quo, right? If the most recent dartboard says 3% COLA for next year on revenue, we're assuming that. And so if that doesn't get funded, then again, some things would have to get discussed.
And it's 10.4 cumulative, right?
Cumulative,
So that's how we get to no deficit spending in the
Exactly.
fourth year, because
Yes.
it's -9 in year 3 as shown in the multi-year, and we get to 10.4 by
May the 4th. Yes.
Got it. So when we're looking at the table in attachment A, we're showing that we would do 2.1 cuts in the first year, 3.3 in the second year, but that's in addition to the 2.1 that we've already done in the.
Exactly. So it is cumulative. I think that's a good point because in past, we've always shown fiscal stabilization plans to show compounded effect. But I think sometimes from a community that can be a little bit confusing because so I personally like it where you show it as a siloed effect, but it is a compounded effect. So across the 4 years, it is 10.4.
I think I also, wanted to make sure that, there were some comments about, and I think it's important that we also tell them, again, assumptions, right? I mean, I always use look at the cost of beef now, it's up 26% from 3 months ago, right? I mean, if you're in that business, boy, would you be. So I think it's important to explain. Sometimes people think, well, we're in trouble and this is the reality and this is what's gonna happen. But I think it's important that we tell them, again, it's just a assumption. And I don't know, I mean, again, I'm just using that because if you're in that business, could you imagine 26% jump in less than 2 months?
Sure. Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I think so typically we haven't in this most recent one, we showed an assumptions part beyond the table to kind of get into the weeds. And I think that was an internal discussion of, hey, we really need to show how we got to that kind of teacher cost, that PE aid cost. And so again, the teacher reductions and the elementary PE reductions, those were already part of an approved plan. And so those are staying as is from the adopted budget. So these things were already in motion and were already approved at the adopted budget. The additional piece was determined based on our first interim kind of projections. And so that's that placeholder line. And so I want to talk a little bit about that because right now it says currently in services contracts, objects 5,000 to 5,999. The reason that's there, so 2 pieces about this. We wanted to list that out. We had sent this to LACO by December 5th for everyone who wholeheartedly cares. And the discussion back was, hey, I really want to be able to track this in your MYP. And so we had to call out where exactly it was in the MYP so they could see that numerically. Yeah, sure.
So I know that in here we have identified the elementary PE teachers. And I also know that that is a point of contention, as like it's a difficult thing, even though people have known about it. So where in the process do we start to have a conversation about like, hey, where else could we find that money? And I'm not saying I know it's not tonight. I just want to I think what it's helpful to note is that this is the beginning of the conversation, which I think is part of people's anxiety. We've talked a lot about the fact that while Pasadena is doing what Pasadena is doing because they have to cut $21 million and they created their committee to start to do that a year ago. And we have taken steps in a matter of weeks to set up a similar committee, but that we aren't thankfully at this moment in such dire straits. And that this is, again, I just wanted to reiterate, like the beginning of a conversation, not the end of it. And so those things that people are looking for, community feedback, are readily available. So
And if I can chime in, that is going to be the extensive dialogue and conversations that we will be having with the composition and makeup of the Budget Advisory Committee. I will want to share publicly that we started having conversations internally with our principals. And what you see on this FSP, Fiscal Stabilization Plan, yes, there's identified BTA, CSCA. We have yet to identify, and I want to be clear and open in this line here in communication. We have yet to identify, and we will, any BASA-related potential cuts. We will do a deep dive. I want both our unions to know this. I want our community at large to know that is still to be determined. We're also looking at other factors within our budget. We had a carryover that we presented early on in this school year, something that we discussed with our principals as well. All that is on the table for us to thoroughly look at and revise as needed. And those discussions will be happening rather quickly.
Can I add to that, Dr. Macias? Because something again, as you're dealing with this internally, one of the things I asked for at the last board meeting was that kind of vendor list and how large it was. And there's still some work for it to be kind of actionable and how we can reduce. But I also want to make sure it's on the table to talk about like curriculum, instruction, software purchases being consolidated at the district, and how we can save money probably without doing much effort by just moving things to the district level. I know that brings its own complications, but again, like Dr. Weisberg was sharing, it's the beginning, it's the moment, it's now to start having those conversations. And I just want to make sure that that's being included in the equation, because this was my world, but renewal contracts get sent out from vendors in March because they know we're talking about this now. The smart ones send them out now. And we are in a strong position as that industry is like struggling to negotiate and really make decisions for us. And so I just want to make sure that that's also being included in that conversation.
Yeah, I was just going to say something that I have been working on. And again, the point of the placeholder is to indicate, and I'll just speak clearly, that 1 million that's labeled there as placeholder will be an internal decision over the next 2 months. But the goal, again, Dr. Macias has indicated the 2.5 that's listed for those 3 out years, the Budget Advisory Committee should be really taking that lead to identify those things via departments presenting at meetings and all sorts of feedback sessions, right? But totally on the same page. We've been working on a non-personnel analysis. And so that's really like I hate to say like a parting gift that I will provide the district, but because I want it to be easily accessible. If I send you a vendor list and it's 2,000, it's really hard to tell what's going on, right? But that's the reality. We have 2,000 vendors in the repository. But if you're able to then toggle to a department or a school and see, hey, they are using these vendors, or hey, if I do a vendor tab and you can see, oh, 3 schools are using it, but then this other vendor, 7 schools, like those discussions really have to be collaborative. And I hate to say they are really non-financial. They are discussions on the more like ed services side. And so that will be, again, a parting gift, but I'm hoping that will be part of the discussions. The goal would be to save people, right? But we need to do that deep dive before we can say that we can.
This is just a reminder to myself and all of us that because I think we have such a renewed or a new interest in our fiscal process, the more we can not use acronyms and try to use regular.
Did I use one?
No, I did.
They just flow.
No, I know, and it's hard, right? But like, I think, it doesn't need to like kill us to do it, but as much as we can be mindful of that, I think would be awesome.
Sorry if I did it. I don't recall.
No, but thank you for sharing that.
I want to add a comment to that because this is gonna be a huge mindset, cultural shift in practice for this district. And it's good. And we need to be aware And that's going to be not only part of the discussion, but in working with our principals, gathering their feedback, making sure that we're very collaborative in approach, aside from the budget advisory committee, connecting with our principals, our curriculum specialists, you name it. We want to make sure that we're taking a full assessment. But the bottom line moving forward is the reality that we're in. And one of the assumptions that we're talking about as well, and I will beat this one like crazy and repeat it, is that we are in declining enrollment, and that's our reality. Declining enrollment means less revenue. That's our reality. We have to make serious adjustments in our practices, but it starts with our mindset and how we deliver that and get that moving forward. So that is definitely going to be part of the conversation, but an immediate shift in practice.
And so there is a FSP slide in the first interim report, but that's the next board agenda item. But are there questions about the current FSP, any of the kind of cost assumptions?
I just have a like newbie statement, I guess. I again, we're all echoing the same feeling, but I just have to say that like looking at a 4 or 5 year projection of us still being in the deficit, maybe it's from coming from corporate land, but that feels really challenging in us keeping a posture of progress. Like, I just feel like we're kind of backing into this reality that you're alluding to, Dr. Macias, of like, we're shrinking. This is that not only are we shrinking and, you know, our city is, as Nick Schultz shared today, not really postured to bring in new young families, but, you know, we can always count on the government asking us to do more with less. And we can also take a look at the, you know, writing on the walls on parcel tax, that nothing's coming. And so to me, I'm like, maybe I'm being a little bit of the bell ringer, but I'm like, I just feel like in order for us to really act on behalf of kids and be in a stance where we can be smart with money, like, I think we need to be more aggressive with this. And again, we're at the beginning. So like all things I'm saying, but I just feel strongly about sharing that I would like us to be a little bit more aggressive on cuts, as unpopular as that is, to get us out of the deficit sooner.
We're not there yet. And again, we've been ringing the bells, but this is not, come from a private sector. It's not the same.
Oh, no, I know that. And
But
my private sector work was in education,
said it,
but
I think you want to go ahead and make cuts, that's fine, but I think you should be very cautious.
No.
No,
May
let
I-
me finish.
please.
You know, so there's more involved. I know you're new at this, but I think the process is a little different. This is not you know, everyone is suffering to the same thing, but I think when you talk about ringing bells, I want you to be a little more specific. Because the way you just sounded was like, well, yes, that is the reality of it. And we've been saying this 15 years ago, you would have the same conversation. 20 years ago, you had the same. That's why I keep saying Prop 13 is really what started. So,
And it's been in decline, but I feel like the catalyst for some change should have been in 2023 when we had that audit. And I mean, again, I agree with you. I'm learning, I'm gathering all this data new and fresh. But if we're waiting 4, 5 years to be out of the deficit, how do we come up with new innovative ideas? And I don't disregard that cutting and changing how we spend is wrong. But I think that what Dr. Macias said, which is correct, is it's a mindset shift.
Yeah.
And I don't know that this community collectively is in that mindset yet. And I think the sooner we start walking in that instead of tiptoeing on some eggshells, again, belly gut feels, but I appreciate you sharing that though. Sorry.
What
did I say?
You did say it. You said parcel tax.
I mean, it's 10 p.m.
No, you didn't say anything wrong. And I want to acknowledge your wealth of expertise in dealing with these exact issues. And I think the truth be told, I don't know that we have rung the bell as aggressively as we should have. One of the things that constantly comes up, somebody said this, one of the speakers at our first LCAP meeting. And she said, look, super unpopular opinion. Why are we holding on to DI? Right now, I know she recognized that that's probably not the right move, but but her point was, something, she actually brought up something that a former superintendent had said, that like these niche programs don't draw, students the way that they used to. And I don't know that that's true or not true, but I think we have viewed certain things, and this is not about DI. Like, I do think we've sort of said, well, this and this and this and this and this are off the table. And I think we have reached a point where we probably can't say that anymore. And I do think, Board Member Olson, that you are right, that our community is not in that space, because I don't think that we have led them there in a way that we could have, because of course, the last thing any of us want to do is make and I don't hear you saying like, yay, cuts. I hear you saying, is this a sustainable model? Because we recognize that Burbank is not going to be building affordable housing, because this community and council do not want it, and that declining enrollment is an issue that is facing everybody in public education. But just because it's facing everybody doesn't mean that we just kind of go, well, we got declining enrollment. Like, we do have to have difficult conversations. So I appreciate that perspective of reframing, I think, what Dr. Macias was bringing up about helping with love and care, introduce a mind shift for the board, and I think for our community. So I think it's really important.
What I'm about to say, I am saying with complete care and respect, and in no way passing judgment of our past. And I say this with the scope of being able to be a part of this district for a very long time, and then being able to gain a lot of perspective from another district. That perspective from being outside for a little bit and then coming back, it really adds to what I said about the mind shift and our practices. Being able to really, and Dr. Abdul Hamid has been doing that with us. And yes, I will use the word aggressive as well too, but to the point of, I don't think we have been really self-critical and have fully analyzed what we do on a year-to-year basis from a fiscal perspective. So yes, I agree, Board Member Olson, 2023 should have been a very loud moment for this district. And again, this Budget Advisory Committee, why it wasn't formed back then and years before that, can't undo that bell, can't do that, but we can only move forward. Yes, we have fiscal realities. Yes, we have decline enrollment, lower birth rate, you name it, rising cost, to Dr. Arkanyan's point. What we need to be committed to, and not only with the mindset that has to change and our practices have to change, is that we have to have this balance of making sure that we secure as much as possible any pain points away from our classrooms. We are committed to that. Any pain points that we can take away and remove from our very specialized programs, because we want to still be able to retain and attract new students, which we're going to be doing a lot more work on that come January as to that point. But I'm in a position right now where I really am challenging our team. I am challenging our community. I'm challenging even you as board members, like, yeah, we need to do this together in terms of like changing our practices and mindset. And this is a very big and powerful moment. And again, I don't believe that we're in a position where we're going to do massive cuts. And yes, we have to do it very respectfully, very strategically. And I love the word that was used earlier by one of our presenters, intentionally. So that moving forward is a commitment that we're deeply gonna take to that. And again, moving forward, it's going to be a standard that we have set forth.
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the fiscal stabilization plan.
I'll second, unless, do you care to second?
No, I think I just keep staring at the light. I'm just like I'm gonna press
Don't
it.
go towards the light.
Aye.
Yeah.
He's not done. Second round, just getting set up.
She's still up.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good evening, board members, BSD colleagues, BSD community members. Today I'm presenting the first interim for 25-26. And before I get into the presentation, I know it's late, but I did want to thank my team in fiscal services, both the staff who worked directly on first interim, but just the remaining staff who kind of held the fort down in a variety of other ways. It takes a lot to create an interim. This is a 10-ish slide presentation, but the entire packet is above 140 pages. No, absolutely not, unfortunately. But if someone wants to vent. That is this. Is it on? Okay, sorry. But yes, I just wanted to thank them. It takes a lot to put the packet together. There's a lot related to both projections, applying various assumptions, formula updates, checking. I mean, we've built a lot of formulas that we have to then check again every time. And so it does take a lot of work. It's 1 month plus, and that's even with formulas already in place. And so I just wanted to thank my team. If they are watching, sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. Sometimes they text me in the middle and they say, good job. But we're also working on our audited actuals. So that comes to the board in January. And so there's just a lot going on in our team. So I just wanted to thank.
Thank you, everybody.
So the first piece, and we kind of go over this every time, and this is more so just so everyone is grounded on kind of what first interim is and how it plays into our budget cycle. So there's 4 main times that we come to the board to present some level of a budget. So it starts in June when we present our adopted budget. That goes twice because that is obviously kind of the groundbreaking kind of budget for the year. We then come a couple months later to show our unaudited actuals for the year prior. The reason that is important is because the way we ended the prior year then impacts our carryovers, which again impacts our budget. So if our carryovers are being applied, we adjust our budget. So then shortly thereafter, so every few months, we're coming back to the board. We present first interim, which is today, and that has to be done before December 15th for LA County and for the state. And then before March 15th, second interim comes to the board. Before most of these, there's usually an updated dartboard for those who are not familiar. California assumptions are listed on this dartboard. So things related to our base grant, our COLA, which is our cost of living adjustment on our revenue, all these different assumptions related to PERS and STIRS, which are our retirement benefits, are listed on this dartboard. We haven't had an updated dartboard since adopted budget. So a lot of assumptions are the same, but the governor releases an adjusted dartboard in January. There's a January kind of governor's budget. There's a big meeting kind of in Anaheim that usually happens, and everyone kind of gets the dartboard at the same time. But any adjustments related to our assumptions would then get reflected in second interim. So I think there's been a lot of discussion about these 3 certifications the last couple months. But positive really means that the district can afford its obligations in the current year and the 2 out years. A qualified certification really just means that LA County or the state, usually LA and the county in this case, just assumes you may not be able to meet your current obligations and the 3% fund balance reserve within the 2 fiscal years that you're projecting. And then negative would mean that they outright truly cannot see that you will be able to meet your financial obligations. And so we believe that, again, this budget should be a positive certification. We've sent this budget previously with the FSP, the fiscal stabilization, already to LACO, again, before December 5th. And so they're already aware of it and have seen the numbers already. So the next piece is on I kind of want to start with the end in mind, for lack of better terms, but our multi-year assumptions. So we're going to start with a couple of factors here. So on the revenue side, we're going to start with the Department of Finance issues again on the dartboard a statutory COLA. So again, a cost of living adjustment that's adjusting our base grant. Most of our revenue comes in through base grants or our LCFF, which is our local control funding formula. So those base grants are then applied to our ADA, which is our average daily attendance. And again, Dr. Macias indicated our enrollment is declining, but we are again based on ADA, which is average daily attendance. And so even in a year where your enrollment dips, if your average daily attendance increases, you might see a positive in your revenue. So I just wanted to clarify the difference there. And so the ADA that we're using in this model is similar to what we use in the adopted budget. Attendance wise, there are 2 time periods, or really 3, that we do an attendance report. So there's a P1, a P2, and then a final kind of attendance report at the end of the year. We are funded based on P2 numbers. And so it's either your current P2, so the number we will have in April, which is would be our P2 for 25-26, your last P2, which would be the prior year, or then an average of the last 3 years. And so we're typically funded on the average of the last 3 years. And so again, I just wanted to flag that at second interim, P1 will have been done because we're doing it right now in our team. One of our financial analysts does our attendance report for P1. So once that's done, those numbers will get applied to our LCFF calculator. So again, there will be some updates in second interim based on that ADA. And so we assume a modest decline in state and federal revenues based on the enrollment decline. We've removed any one-time restricted funding in the out years. And so for instance, we received $4.2 million this year as one-time funds called Student Support Block Grant. It's a longer title, but that's the short. And so these have been applied this year, but they've been removed in the out years. Then we've also added in one-time funds that we just got this year as a one-time infusion. So if you've heard the term Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, we had those funds previously. We spent them down, but then as a state, they pull together all the unspent funds and then they redistribute. So we've had several $1 million in the past, but they pulled all the unspent, redistributed, and we got about $500,000. And we just got notice of that in November. And so that's been applied, but again, we're assuming we're not getting another infusion next year. Just all parts of the multi-year assumption. Other factors related to personnel include step and column increase. So we have a pretty robust formula where we take each person and based on the date that's in the spreadsheet of when they've started, we can adjust based on how much we think they're going to get in terms of step and column the next year. And so it's very much done on a kind of person by person basis based on a formula. There are a couple statutory benefits that are automatically applied. And so again, that's between health and well, that's not statutory, but there's health and welfare benefits. There's statutory, which meaning retirement, Social Security, unemployment insurance, all of those things kind of factor in. So again, we assume in terms of health and welfare, a couple different things are going on. One, we assume that in January, our kind of plans have an increase in cost. So it's about 7% mid-year. So it's about 3.5% annually that we're seeing increase. And we also just assume another 0.5%, just to assume that if someone's changing plans or anything of that factor, just to leave a little bit of buffer for health and welfare. And then other assumptions related to our retiree benefits. So in the past, these have been funded through a kind of trust fund, which was Fund 76, sorry. And then that was fully liquidated last year. And so these retiree benefits are fully absorbed on the general fund now. A couple other assumptions on the back end, things like CPI, so Consumer Price Index. Sorry if I'm talking really fast. I know. Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. But other factors like CPI, so Consumer Price Index on goods and services, we factor those things into our multi-year. So again, thinking about just the multi-year, this is a kind of high-level snapshot. And so again, the primary factors of our revenue decline between this year and next. Right now, we're again assuming that these one-time funds we won't have carryovers for. And we really won't get a new allotment. If that changes, then again, the budget changes, and that's why we bring it to the board several times a year. And so, for instance, Prop 28 funds, this is our third year. We had a 3-year allocation. And so you'll see, if you look at the longer packet, you'll see a really large number in there because it includes our current year number and all of our carryover. If we don't spend that this year, which we likely won't, you'll again see a budget next year for Prop 28. That's not necessarily new money. It's just now we're assuming it's alleviating the fund balance and we're budgeting for it again. And so I can get into a little more detail with that. But other things related to revenue, so our cost of living adjustment, again, the state provides an estimate on the dartboard. And so even with our declining enrollment, if the COLA kind of remains the same as the state indicates, we do assume our revenues will increase. But again, we update this based on every dartboard we get. On the expenditure side, the primary reduction in expenses is based on the assumption that, again, the carryovers are fully spent. And so those expense budgets are fully spent. And so the kind of expense budget that we're forecasting is much closer to our adopted budget, which was 226 million. Again, consumer price index, all of these things are factored in addition to our FSP. So the FSP that you just approved is already factored into this plan. And yes, I think that's a point of, I think in theory, in a perfect world, we would bring the FSP in a totally different meeting. It would get approved and then this would get approved. But the likelihood is just very rare that that would happen. And really no other district does that either. So we're not unique in that way. Transfers out, because I think I'm just kind of going line by line. Transfers out just depicted for transferring any general fund dollars to another fund. And let me just preface, this entire page is just about our general fund because that is very critically the fund that we're deficit spending on and is the fund that we primarily use for operations. And so the transfers outline is directly the retiree benefits that I mentioned before. And so those are fully on the general fund at this point. And so you can see in that fourth line, the deficit spend based on the FSP that's already provided, you can see the deficit spend declining. But at some point there's assumptions that are built in. So I want to preface that if the COLA isn't funded or other things like that, that FSP will again have to shift. So again, you can see our fund balance there. Our fund balance, I'm going to talk a little bit about fund balance versus cash now. Fund balance is our cash plus any money that we're owed. And so as an entire year, LACO and the state says, do you have a 3% reserve for that entire year? And so they're looking at both cash and anything that we are owed. So for instance, there are a couple federal government funds that we haven't got money for from the last 2 years. And so we're owed those monies, right? So in our cash flow, you will see those as accruals because we're assuming we are getting those revenues. And I would hope that, they don't take that back from 2 years ago, right? But again, those are all parts of our fund balance. LACO is actually the one that issues all of our checks. So if you've ever gotten a check from the district, it doesn't say Burbank Unified, it says LACO. And so day to day, our cash could be very low. LACO is the one that's issuing that check. If we were to go into the negative into cash, we would potentially have to borrow from another fund, which is potentially likely in the coming years. We are deficit spending. I wanted to say that out loud because I think there's a notion that that's an extremely negative thing. And I'm not saying that it isn't. But every year, LACO asks us, all districts, to provide an inter-fund transfer BAI in July. I'm sure people will go watch the meetings in July. We presented an inter-fund transfer BAI. We do it every year. And all districts do it because they are in a precarious situation of if we don't have enough cash in November, can we pull from another fund that has it? And so we have the ability to do that. Cash is in and out. We don't get all of our money up front. And so, for instance, we get our property tax money twice a year. And so October, November, very skimp on cash in terms of months of the year. In December, a payment hits. And so you look flush for a couple more months. So I just wanted to preface that in the larger packet, there's a cash flow. And so you can kind of see how it dips. And you'll see there are times of the year, for instance, again, some things come in twice a year, some things come in quarterly. So it really depends. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yes, for sure. So assets and liabilities are part of the cash flow. Yeah. So all of those things are factored in. But again, so LACO's seeing it as like, yeah, you have 3% based on the year. Each month you might be in the negative, you might be in the positive. So I just want to bring that up because if fiscal ever has to come to the board and say, hey, we're doing an interfund transfer, it's not an uncommon thing, I guess. And I just want to say that out loud because the reality is we might have to do that at some point. There are certain months that it dips. Yeah, Abby.
I know, so you mentioned the transfers out are for the retiree benefits because we know that those are coming. I know one of the other places that we often see transfers out is special education.
Those are considered contributions because it's within the general fund.
Oh, that's still within the general.
Yeah, so it's not considered a transfer out in terms of semantics is truly to another fund. Retiree benefits is Fund 67. So we would never consider it because it's still in our operations. Right, retiree benefits isn't in our operations to kind of run day-to-day schools.
Okay, so when we think about the special ed encroachment,
yeah,
it's called, it's still general fund money. It just gets a separate funding source.
Exactly. So what that is really is you have restricted dollars. So you get restricted dollars for special ed, but we spend more, and so the unrestricted side has to pitch in. And so that's the reality. It's not unique.
It just shows up in the expense line.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Not on the transfer outline. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to skip through. So we've already gone through this, so I'm not going to touch on it. But again, this is the FSP that was already approved and it is already part of the MYP as part of the bigger packet. So I'm going to get into on the revenue side. So this is a snapshot of unaudited actuals, adopted budget, and then our first interim numbers. So the primary revenue driver between unaudited and adopted was really the COLA on revenue. So this year was 2.3% on the base grant versus the prior year, the COLA was only 1.07. So that's kind of that primary difference. There's also a big piece that we got 4.2 million in student support block grant money this year. So again, those two things were kind of brand new. And so that's kind of the main difference between unaudited and then the adopted budget. And then the primary difference between adopted and first interim is primarily due to gift revenues. And so at adopted, and maybe someone has kind of remembered me saying this, but we adopt gift revenues very conservatively just because we are unsure if we will get that sort of kind of leverage again. But we saw that they were trending very similarly to last year in a positive way. And so we were able to kind of do that projection and feel good that we were able to project a little bit higher on the gift side. And so again, if additional revenues come in, if updates occur from the CDE, we adjust our revenue budgets. We also adjust the expense budgets simultaneously. So revenue drivers, we talked about some of these, but COLA being the main one. So you can see in the 2 out years, 3%, 3.02, and 3.42. In January, there will be a new dartboard. I hope that is 3.02 in the 26-27 year. The 2.3 is locked in. But the 26-27 and the 27-28, they can change, and they have in the past. And so I just want to call that out. This is the LCFF base grant. So again, how we're funded, base grant multiplied by ADA. A couple other things going on, but that's the premise. And then you can see our ADA that's projected here. And then in terms of expenditures, so there are both increases and decreases between adopted budget and the first interim. So in totality, the expenditure budget is about 5.6 million higher. So the primary reason for that, partially due to carryovers not being fully spent. And so at the time we do our unaudited actuals, we assume certain funds are going to be fully spent. And so we factor that in, and that's taken into account into our fund balance. So when something's not fully spent, it alleviates our fund balance, but then we have to budget for it in the coming year. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. It really becomes like a net zero from a kind of total perspective, but it alleviates the fund balance. It comes up, but then the budget for the next year increases because we have to use those dollars. So a couple things here. So I think I wanted to talk a little bit about, because these are really, I think when you do it on the PowerPoint, it removes out some of the numbers, which is very annoying because these are like very specific numbers. But again, so we'll talk a little bit about things that are kind of going up. So the 4,000s, these are books and supplies. Someone might say, well, why are these going up so much? Our carryover object code is 4316. And so books and supplies are also in the 4,000 object range. So it looks like there's a whole bunch of money there, but a lot of times it's carryover that hasn't been rebudgeted. So as a school, as a department, if they have carryover and it's still in 4316 and they want to spend it somewhere else, they would then rebudget that to another objects range. Some other things, so capital outlay, we usually don't budget too much in capital outlay because most things come from the bond. Capital outlay is really anything per unit that is $5,000 or higher. But for instance, I'll give an example. Someone used their Prop $28 on a new sound system. Per unit, that was more than 5,000. So that means our 6,000s, that object range increases. So again, they probably took money that was in their 4,000s, which is books and supplies. They moved it to the 6,000s, and that's kind of why those differences occur. So again, there are differences going kind of up and down. I do want to flag there's kind of some personnel costs that have increased, but I think it is positive from one perspective. I think people have brought it up today. I saw, classified salaries went up. So doing a little digging, it was like, well, oh, these are for BIAs, behavior intervention assistants. But in totality, the total number of BIAs hasn't changed drastically. And so that really does mean that our agency costs should be declining. And so we've reduced the contractor side because the FTE side has increased. And so, again, all of these things, as we get new people or get new BIAs or new staff, we'll have to adjust. But for now, at least, from a total perspective, we've reduced our contractor side and increased on the classified salary side. Other things, so I think we talked about the BIA FTEs, and for context, there are 200 plus BIAs in the district. So changes between, if you take 30 contractors and make them FTE, that's going to obviously make your numbers look different. Certificated salaries relatively stagnant. Again, there's ups and downs depending on if you look at certain locations. They might take some of their discretionary budgets that are in the 4,000s and move it to extra hourly for their certificated staff. And then I think the only other thing, our expected benefits are also lower on the adopted budget. And this is primarily because at the adopted budget, we take all of our staff, all of our vacancies, and project out for the whole year. At this point, if there's been a vacancy, we haven't had expenses for them. And so we're able to kind of cut back on those projections because we assume, oh, well, we're only now projecting on the vacancies we have for the months that are left. And so that's kind of why those benefit costs have decreased. Expenditure drivers, next piece. And so PERS and STIRS is a big piece just because these retirement benefits are very costly. STIRS has been relatively stagnant at 19.1%. You can see there's a difference between the PERS rate in the out year. And so it's going from 26.81% in the current year to 26.4% next year, which is a decline, which is good. It was initially slated to be 26.9. But again, there could be a dartboard in January that says something different. But this was released by the School Services of California team maybe about a month ago. And so hopefully that decline or that cost decrease sticks on the PERS side. And then other factors are just listed there that we've already kind of spoken about. Okay. Expenditure differences, we've already kind of gone through these. I just listed them out in case someone ever looked at the PowerPoint and didn't really want to listen to a 40-minute conversation at 10:40. But most of these things have already somewhat been discussed. I think the only one that I'm looking at briefly that probably wasn't was other outgo. And so that's in our 7,000s in that object range. So a couple things in here. There's one item that, I've listed it here, but I think it would be helpful for that to potentially go to the bond committee to discuss. On our past bond, we had debt service interest that we're still paying for, and it is coming from general fund. And so I think there just has to be a larger conversation because obviously that the new bond shouldn't necessarily pay for things from the old bond, but I think that is a conversational piece. But those funds are hitting right now in the general fund. The other piece is increase in tuition costs. So if we have a special education student that has, critical needs or high needs that we might not be able to best serve, we typically send that student to another place and we pay for that tuition as part of our duty. And vice versa. There are students that come here because we have services that they need. This is really the last content slide. And we talked a little bit about some of this stuff. I think Kelsey kind of brought up a little bit related to the duplicative purchasing in the software realm. So I promise we didn't talk prior. We just are sometimes on the same wavelength. Yeah. So the first one is actually an example that came up recently, and I think it speaks to just the culture shift that Dr. Macias brought up, but alleviating the general fund through carryover funds. So we have a committee that meets related to our Medi-Cal funds. It's made up of both special ed and health services kind of team members, and a few folks from budget attend these meetings, and they're monthly. And so it was brought up that they had a really large carryover related to health services. And so we said, well, what can we do with this? We contacted an outside provider who gave a list of, here are all the things you could do with the money. And so we were able to alleviate $850,000 from the general fund just for this year to pay for a portion of our nurses. And that was, again, that committee doesn't have to vote yes on something like that. But I think that kind of just speaks to alleviating the general fund is everyone's responsibility. And so I think that's like a just shout out to that team for even being amenable to that idea. And so I just wanted to highlight that honestly. The second piece, again, area for collaboration, identifying duplicative purchasing. I wrote software, but this is really applicable in any realm. I think we think software because it is a kind of high cost item in the non-personnel side. But whether it's a one-off software that one school is using, maybe there are suites that offer similar things that, again, as a district, we should be providing. And so I think it's just understanding those nuances, whether it's determining even utilization rates, right? Like if a school or a department is using something, how much is it utilized? Like, do we really need it? And so having those conversations. The next piece, again, an area for collaboration, potentially kind of recapturing some of our ADA through ELOP funds. And so ELOP funds are very restrictive. A lot of districts have a hard time, including us, have a hard time spending them because there's a very kind of short list of things you can use on it. But I recently talked to a couple people. There's a ELOP coordinator that I met at another district, and their district is doing almost like an ADA recapture program through Saturday school, after school. And it really just is helping their ADA and resulting in more revenue. And again, it's just these are ideas, right? Like these are not necessarily that the district has to do it, but we've never really had a slide like this, and I just wanted to include it. Position audits, again, I think this is just more so an example, but position audits generally as a district are needed. But I think just because of the sheer number of staff in special ed, I think it makes sense for that to be one of the first ones. Because again, there's contractors, there's current FTE, there's transportation. And so there's all these factors that are FTE, scheduling, HR, budget. There's very much room for collaboration, and it's needed. And then the last piece, I think we've talked about a little bit for the Budget Advisory Committee, but having departments do presentations to explain these are my FTEs and this is what people do day to day, and this is my non-personnel spend. And so I think those are just all ideas that have either been brought up, but we wanted to at least start documenting. Sorry, that was a lot. And are there questions?
I just want to thank you for the inclusion of this last slide. I think it's super, super helpful. And gives us a lot to think about. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Just I don't remember us having a slide like this before.
Yeah, we
And I
usually
think
don't.
it's really helpful to offer up some solutions for us. And I appreciate the creative thinking. So I wanted to just say that.
Quick question. When we were looking at like areas for revenue, we're talking about it was like K through 3 or something was a certain amount. Does that include TK as well?
Yeah, to all of these, yeah, that includes TK. I probably should have labeled that.
No, it's okay. I was just wondering if that was like a separate entity line item or anything. And then I only have to just echo what Dr. Weisberg said, because you can see through this, you're like creative problem solving, trying to come up with strategies for us to move forward on, and just very grateful.
Right. Can I have a motion and second?
So moved.
Oh, second.
We have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you very much, Dr. Al.
Thank you to the whole team.
And may I just real quickly highlight the work and extreme dedication and long hours that Dr. Abdelhamid did in this work extensively, and what I really am proud of and appreciate the lasting impression that she's left on me in terms of just mindset about our fiscal operations and then moving forward. It's been a real source of inspiration and also a challenge to do things better. So I appreciate her work, her supervision and management with the team. I appreciate the team down there as well. And I'll say this without getting too detailed. They've done this work. She's done this work, not under the most ideal conditions. So I really want to highlight that and say how proud I am of that work, and especially how proud of you that I am. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
13H, ratification of early separation notification incentive for any permanent Burbank Teacher Association BTA member who chooses to separate at the end of 25-26 school year.
Dr. Alkanyan, we're bringing this back to the board. This has been shared with BTA. This was done last year, this early incentive offer of $1,000 for the early separation resignation. If we know this by the end of January, this is not to exceed $40,000. So this is something, again, that we did last year, and we're hoping that we have a good amount of success like we did last year, because it was able to counter the overall layoffs that we had last year. So we'll see what brings us this year.
Have we ever, I mean, I'm glad that it helps. I do think it helps. I guess my question is, do we have data that shows that this incentive works, that we get substantially more people, or not even just a few more people, to sort of make the decision earlier than if we weren't offering the money?
Yeah, I think the data showed us last year that we were able to lessen the reductions that we had. I will add that we'll have another year upon approval to have more data to look at. And then obviously, I think this is something that we'll probably have to revisit for subsequent years.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things along those lines, like also the stipends we give, just figuring out how we make those decisions and who gets them and all that good stuff. So thank you.
I also want to add, am I incorrect in thinking that our objective isn't to persuade someone to retire early? It's mostly like, we just want to know.
Yeah.
Like, it says that, okay.
And
Got it.
thank you.
That's not right.
This will help us, what just presented with our first interim, the fiscal stabilization plan. This allows us to also do our budgeting from a full-time employee calculations and our staffing. This greatly helps our cause, everyone.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Yes. A while back, unless I'm wrong, Vice President Ponser Kamkar suggested, and I think the board unanimously agreed, that when we were dealing with items that were related to bond funds, that they be listed individually.
To be itemized.
Be itemized. Now granted, we did pull 13F and 13G that aren't bond related, but I do believe that's the reason.
Right. I do think at some point, and I think this is a conversation for
Right.
Dr. Macias and I to have, that we go back to, there was a practice in the district prior to my time, but I've certainly seen in prior recordings, because I'm a public meeting nerd, where there was kind of a facilities report of current bond projects. And it was, here is the report on all of these items. And then they were able to go to consent and ask questions all about them at that time. I think the intention at the time was, hey, we just passed this bond. We should make sure that anytime we're spending money, we have it on new business. I don't think that this was necessarily the intent, because I do think that this is probably going to be a lot of no discussion.
Yes.
Moving things forward without a lot of discussion. I'm aware.
Yes, sir. This is an allowance that the commission allows for teachers that aren't fully credentialed to request this waiver so they can be employed and be in work and employment for Burbank Unified. And this is a not easy to find credentialed area and finding candidates. So this alleviates our need in that area as well, too.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Aye.
And just to add real quickly, because Dr. Knappich whispered in my ear, this allows us to not use agencies in that.
This is actually for our payroll system. And so it is a 5-year agreement. The reason it's coming so late, unfortunately, is in the contract. So we got the invoice in September and realized it hadn't gone to the board. And then in the contract, it had said GUSD instead of BUSD. So we went back and forth and we finally got it right. And then and so Hess and Associates is our ETAC or payroll provider. It's a 5-year agreement, but it's really annual and you can give a 90-day notice and get out of it. And so if at any point we want to consider a new vendor, we can give a 3-month notice and then go from there.
I would maybe suggest we consider that in the new year. I just kind of, I looked into them and I just also think that like if we just kind of did a poll of our payroll team, like there was not a lot of data to be found on them. And yes, they are a LACO provider. They help us to sync up. But I just feel like sometimes those providers that have been in place for a long time go unchecked. So this is just one I would say. I'm glad to hear you share that it's something we can actually give them 90-day notice because that was a concern that I had.
And it may be that when we move to the district or to LACO's new HRIS.
It's HCM, but they don't have, you still have to have your own payroll system.
reporting
That
Just
feeds
maybe
in.
that we have more
Yeah.
options once we are on the new
Hear from other districts how
That's
it's
great.
integrating well.
But-
that's great.
And to your point, Board Member Olson, it's part of the mind shift. To say not just automatically approve a vendor we've been using, but to internally assess with our personnel to say, hey, this is working, this is better, is there another option? Thank you.
So moved.
I'll second. Aye.
No,
No,
13L.
that's pulled.
13L.
Hold it. We're going to 13.
Of Education Service.
Yes, this is Dr. Knappich, and I'm very happy and proud. And extend a thank you at this moment as well. On a personal and professional note, he's been kept out of the retirement realm because of need, and
Better. Look
he's
at him, he look young.
proudly serving. And we still are in distinct need to have him in place, covering educational services. And I know he's mentoring some of our folks who are here still with us, with Ms. Marcus and Dr. Harris. So I am recommending that we extend his contract till June 30th, basically to complete this school year.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Dr. Knappich.
Thank you,
you
Dr.
so much.
Knappich. Congratulations on never retiring.
Congratulations on being here forever.
I know.
You look great. 13M, approval of notice of completion best contracting services 2425022 summer roofing project. Wrap all the Emerson Elementary School, Measure ABC.
So there are a number of these that are the roofing notice of completion. Do you want to talk about these? Or are you here to talk about, Robin, the softball? No, we don't have softball field on here, do we? Oh, we do. That's right. Okay, got it. That's right. It's on consent.
Yeah, I mean. Were they supposed to be in consent items? Or we?
Oh, because of what we just talked about, that
I understand, but
anything that, okay. let's just move through them. These are our notice of completions on the roofing projects. So not spending additional money, just telling us that they're done and that they have been done to completion. So moved on 13 M.
Second.
Aye.
Is your mic on?
Measure ABC Bond Fund, 13N.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and Dr. Weisberg beat you. Second by Dr. Weisberg. All in second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Need to get some coffee. 13O, approval of deductive changes, order number 1, R&R Roofing and Waterproofing, Inc., 2425-022.
A deductive change order is usually what we like to see.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I'm going to move this one.
I'll second.
Fantastic. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Approval of additive order number 1, R&R Roofing and Waterproofing, Inc., 2425 Summer Roofing Project, George Washington Elementary School, Measure ABC Bond.
This is a roofing additive change order. The change orders are identified in the
Notes?
item. Yep. So moved.
Yeah, it is on the second page. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. I mean, this is great. We're giving very good detailed information. 13Q. Want to read this
All
one?
of these
I know.
for the meeting.
I love it.
Me too.
Approval of notice of completion, R&R Roofing and Waterproofing, Inc., 2425-022, Summer Roofing Project, George Washington Elementary School, Measure ABC Bond.
Again, this is a notice of completion, that the project was completed to our specifications. So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now, I know we talked about this earlier, just for clarification. In the past, now we're just lining the items, just in case someone asks, why are you?
Because they are not on the consent agenda, so we can't put them on consent
Yeah, I
at a
know.
later time. In the future, we may do that if we have a full facilities report that we can do at the outset of the meeting.
Great. I appreciate that. Did we vote on 13Q?
Now we are on 13 R.
R now. Approval of notice of completion, R&R Roofing and Water Roofing, Inc., 2425-022 Summer Roofing Project, Monterey High School, Measure ABC Bond Fund.
So moved.
A second.
Motion and second by Board Member Olson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
13S, approval of professional service agreement, NCorp asbestos and lead inspection, district-wide roofing project, Burbank Adult School, Measure ABC Fund.
So this one would be good to have some details on. We have a number of these that are coming forward for roofs that we have not yet done.
I'm going to invite Ms. Robin Rickman to the microphone. Thank you.
Well, you still have lead in our roofs?
No, this is just to inspect some of the areas of the roof to ensure we don't have them. We have to do this to make sure that we don't have any impacts to the air while we're doing the roofing project. So this is for the summer 26 roofing projects.
In preparation for the summer
Yes.
projects.
Thank you, Ms. Rickman.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so we do this before we do the actual roofing projects, so we can make sure if there is any remediation to be done, that we do it ahead of time. Well, yeah, we would want to know whether there's probably a law for a reason.
Yeah.
So I would want to know
I've heard.
Especially, yeah. I want to know if there's lead in in asbestos
Yeah.
that we need to remediate before we replace these roofs. So I'm going to move, now I forgot where we are.
13R.
13S.
13S.
I'll move
Yes.
13S.
Okay, can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 13T, approval of professional service agreement, Corp. Asbestos and lead inspection, district roofing, Walt Disney Elementary School, measure ABC.
So moved.
I'll second.
A motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. 13U, approval of professional agreement, Corp. Asbestos and lead inspection, district-wide roofing, Eder Roosevelt Elementary School, measure ABC file. Can I get a motion and a second, please? I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Jumping, Dr. Weisberg. 13V. Is it the same thing? It is, except different school. Approval of professional service agreement, Corp. Asbestos and lead inspection, district-wide roofing project, district service center, measure ABC.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
13W, approval of professional services, Corp. Asbestos and lead inspection, district-wide roof project, Dolores Huerta Middle School, measure ABC funds. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to the X category now. 13X, approval professional services, Corp. Asbestos and lead inspection, district-wide roofing project, Bret Hart Elementary School, measure ABC. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. I don't have to read, look. Approval of professional, no, agreement, Corp. Asbestos and lead inspection, district-wide roofing project, Providencia Elementary School, measure ABC bond.
So moved. 13Y.
Yes.
I'll second.
We have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was 13Y. Okay, oh, okay, it's changing. 13Z, approve.
Skipping 13Z.
Oh, sorry, yes. Ooh, is that coffee?
No,
Waterloo?
just really paying attention.
Yeah, I'm paying attention. I just need caffeine. 13AB, second reading and approval of proposed revisions to board policy and
You have to do AA.
do we want to take a 5-minute break?
No.
13AA, second reading and approval of proposed provisions of board policy. 0410, non-discrimination in district program and activity.
This is a policy revision for non-discrimination in programs and activities. So we use the California School Board Association template and we revise our current policy. Highlighted language is additional language. Language that is crossed out is old language that we take out and replace it with the proper language as bolded.
And this was reviewed at the last board meeting at the
Yes,
first
second
reading.
And no changes were made?
No changes.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
13AB, second reading and approval of proposed revisions to board policy and administrative regulations 4030, non-discrimination in employment. Dr. Knappich.
This is a second reading and request for approval for Board Policy Administrative Regulation 4030, non-discrimination in employment. And at the last meeting, it was raised about a requirement that employees had to report when there was usage at school sites. And so we did some research and the language changed back to the original language so that employees are encouraged. Back to the original language.
So moved.
I'll second.
Aye.
Aye. He's solid as a rock, man.
But we're not.
We will at this rate.
We're not.
So I I do think that we've got a couple issues though, because we were
Yes.
not able to get to some of our closed session items.
Yeah.
So tell us which ones we need to. Well, because I know we do need to pull A and B.
14A and B.
But then are there contracts for those students as part of the settlement that we should also be pulling? No? Okay.
Are we still planning to meet or are we having to wait?
Hang on.
We still need to meet briefly.
Okay, we'll just adjourn to closed session briefly.
Okay.
We don't need to take action in closed session. Just after we do consent agenda, but for consent agenda, I'm gonna move 14C through 14 Y as
Yeah.
presented.
Oh.
I will have some questions, but I'm not pulling anything.
Okay.
C through 14Y. I did move.
Wait, weren't we gonna chat? But didn't you say you had some questions?
I do
Yeah.
have questions. so
We
we'll do
vote-
that during discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to note that 14S and 14T are the professional services agreement for softball fields. Those were discussed at the last meeting and also at our school facilities oversight committee this last week.
Yes.
And
Well,
I'm sure that Dr. Weisberg can share about that a little bit. Did have one question before we moved on to that, which was for 14W, SPED professional services, every special child. This is a vendor that is working out of New Jersey, I think. And so I'm curious about, I don't know if that's just their LLC address or if we're confident that they're able to provide services to our students. Is that someone we've been working with before? It's for a speech pathologist that's working here. Okay. But she just has an LLC that's based in New Jersey, but she is based here. He or she is based here. They're here. Okay. Okay, cool. So the LLC is not based in California, but the person themselves will be.
On that same wave, oh, sorry.
go ahead.
On that same wavelength for speech services, I was kind of wondering if any of the staff we approved in 14I can support any of the expenditures from 14N and V. I know I didn't prepare you for that question in advance. The waiver for certificated staff. That was what I was asking about in the beginning of the meeting.
We did a waiver for speech language pathologists, right?
Mhm.
And you're asking whether they could be supportive for,
14I. 14I is for deaf and hard of hearing.
Sorry, that's wrong. I said I meant 14N and V. Those both, one of them is specific to speech pathology and one of them is just speech services, but I just wanted to.
and is speech for sure.
N is for an independent education evaluation, an IEE assessment that's being conducted with a particular student. So that has to be done by that provider as part of a previous settlement.
Okay.
And then you asked about V.
Yeah, I think, yep. There's a lot of.
And
No, it's okay. I also,
also
this question came up last minute for me.
Yeah.
yes, that is an IEE.
Okay.
I think that's a great.
Is an independent education evaluation.
Okay. Should I finish my questions or do you want us to keep on those if there's anything else?
N
Oh,
is for services, is for a specific number of speech language services that's also a part of a previous settlement agreement.
Oh, okay.
N is for services and V is for the assessment, the individual.
Assessment. Got it. Thank you so much.
The services and could not be provided by the
Correct,
folks
because
that
of the
were
ed.
given a waiver.
Correct.
Right.
Wow. What I was saying was, should I finish some of my questions, comments, and then, or did anybody else have anything on those?
I had a kind of a clarifying comment about the softball approval, the architectural firms, which is just to say that to clarify, because there was some confusion at SFOC, no plan has been made. Nothing's done. It's just we've approved the architects and that we are going to move forward. I think there seemed to be a little confusion from some of the, not because of anything that you did or didn't say, but I want to be clear that like, this is just to approve the architects, and then the conversation about what it's going to have or not have. Some of the committee members were talking about, well, it should have this and it should have this. Like, we didn't make, none of those decisions have been made yet.
No, and a major portion of each contract, so to speak, and services that we're going to enter into are community sessions and involving our athletic
Exactly.
departments, our coaches, residents around, because it will impact our neighborhoods close by with adjustments. So that's all part of what's set to happen.
Yeah,
in the near
exactly.
future.
I just, it felt to me an important thing to clarify, because if you look at if you read it, it does not say there's a plan, but I think that people saw it and went, plan. Yeah.
Another clarification that I received that I had asked about was why there were two different vendors for the two different schools. And I didn't realize that they were two separate projects. And again, just clarifying for the public that they were completely different. I'll just check off a couple boxes for me. I wanted to ask about 14I Edge Gain. I think this was an awesome service. Absolutely support the certification for this, for Adobe, for teachers, students. But I was wondering, do any of these count as a college and career indicator for us? Like students receiving, 14I Edge Gain? Did I get it wrong? Oh. 14L. They look very similar. It's just a bigger eye. Yeah, I think this is great. My question was twofold. And again, I'm sorry, I didn't come up with this in advance, Dr. Kanapkic. I was wondering, one, do we have more monies to keep this grant? Is there any grant money to keep this going? And does the fact that the students are getting these certifications, does it check a box for college and career educators?
So it doesn't check a box for college and career.
That's
because it's a workshop kind of like.
Course completion.
It's not course completion.
Okay.
And we do have CTE money to cover the fund, to cover the cost.
I saw that,
Yeah,
but it,
going to pay space
Moving on.
what happens in Washington.
oh, okay, thanks. The other thing I just wanted to say out loud, I just had to do the math that in this agenda alone, $768,555 are being spent in special ed contracts and add-ons.
This is why I think it's really important that we get that report on position control, so we can start to figure out if there are places that we can address. So I think it's, glad
It's
you,
echoing your point.
absolutely.
I'm done now, sorry.
Any other clarifications?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now can I suggest that we reconvene in closed session to continue the matters previously noticed on today's agenda? Just, we would move out of the room, yes, because we did not complete our closed agenda discussion earlier. So we're not adding. No additional items are going to be added, so we're gonna, do we adjourn this meeting, but we will come back if we need to announce anything to report out? Okay.
Right.
Okay, so we're just going to reconvene in closed session now. So at 11:25. Thank you.
Sorry, Oscar. I know the vote count and I know who made motion. I just don't have it.
Okay, that's fine. I can do it. All right, we're reconvening from closed session. Reporting on action taken in closed session. The board took action on item 3D. Action on student expulsion for student 960044887. Dr. Weisberg, can you read the recommendation?
Sure. On the motion of member Ponser Kamkar, seconded by member Olson, the board adopts the plan of rehabilitation recommended by the panel with no modifications. The board sets the regular board meeting in December 2026 as the date on which the board will review the student for readmission. It passed unanimously, 5 ayes, this evening on December 11th.
Great. And then we'd like to return to an item from the consent agenda item, which is 14A, approval of a final settlement agreement with special education student and family 960013703. Motion in a second, please. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Right, and then hearing the board comment,
I move that we adjourn at 11:51.
Yes.
Can I get a second?
Second.
So move.
I gotta pack up in a second. What do you need?
Where are you walking? Help me. Cindy, you're in the garage, yeah? I just want to make sure.
Kelsey, I'll grab my stuff real quick.